Hello guys, welcome to No Harry. So in this video, we will see, what if the Basilisk and Phoenix bonded with Harry at age 4 and made him master of life and death. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The bonding. The cupboard under the stairs was smaller than usual tonight. 4-year-old Harry Potter curled himself tighter into the threadbare blanket, trying to disappear into its folds as the floorboards above his head creaked with Uncle Vernon's heavy footsteps. His stomach growled, a reminder of another punishment meal skipped because he'd somehow made Dudley's birthday cake float when his cousin had tried to smash Harry's face into it. "Boy!" Uncle Vernon's voice boomed through the house. "Don't think you're getting breakfast after that freakish stunt." Harry didn't answer. He'd learned early that silence was safer than words in the Dursley household. Instead, he pressed his palm against the small cut on his cheek where Aunt Petunia's fingernail had caught him when she dragged him to the cupboard. It stung, but no worse than the hollow feeling spreading through his chest. Sometimes in the darkness, Harry imagined another life, one with parents who hadn't died in a car crash, one where someone, anyone, looked at him with something other than disgust. These fantasies were his only escape from number 4, Privet Drive. Tonight, however, something felt different. The air in his cupboard seemed to thrum with an energy he couldn't name. His fingertips tingled, and the cut on his cheek warmed strangely. When the house finally quieted and the last television show ended, Harry pressed his ear against the cupboard door. Nothing but Uncle Vernon's distant snoring. Carefully, he pushed against the door. Finding it unlocked, Aunt Petunia must have forgotten in her fury. Freedom beckoned. Harry slipped from the cupboard, his small feet silent on the polished floor. The moonlight streaming through the kitchen window cast long shadows across the countertops where Dudley's half-eaten birthday cake still sat. Harry's stomach twisted with hunger, but he ignored it. Something stronger than hunger pulled at him tonight. The back door yielded to his touch, another oversight. And suddenly, Harry stood in the cool night air. He'd never been outside alone after dark before. The enormity of this rebellion made his heart race, yet his feet moved with purpose, carrying him away from Privet Drive toward the small wooded area at the edge of the neighborhood. "I shouldn't," he whispered to himself, but continued walking. The woods welcomed him with rustling leaves and mysterious shadows. Rather than frightening him, the darkness felt like an embrace. Harry wandered deeper, guided by an inexplicable certainty. The tingles in his fingers had spread through his entire body now, and the cut on his face no longer hurt. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight, Harry stopped. Something was here. Something was waiting. "Hello," he called softly, surprising himself with his boldness. The air shimmered before him, rippling like disturbed water. Harry gasped as two beings materialized, as if stepping through a curtain between worlds. On his right, perched on a low branch, sat the most beautiful bird he'd ever seen. Its feathers glowed with red and gold flames that shed light but didn't burn. Its intelligent eyes fixed on Harry with unmistakable recognition, as though it had been searching for him specifically. On his left, coiled around the base of an ancient oak tree, was a serpent larger than any Harry had ever imagined could exist. Its scales shimmered emerald and obsidian in the moonlight, and its massive head rose to Harry's eye level. Where the bird's presence felt warming, the serpent emanated a cooling power that balanced rather than opposed its counterpart. Harry should have been terrified. Instead, he felt something click into place, as if he'd found something he hadn't known he was missing. "What are you?" he whispered, reaching out a small hand. The bird trilled a melody that resonated deep within Harry's chest, filling empty spaces he hadn't known existed. To his astonishment, he understood the meaning behind the musical notes. "I am Solaris, child of fate. I have waited for you." The serpent's tongue flicked out, tasting the air around Harry. When it spoke, the words formed directly in Harry's mind, cool and ancient. "I am Nidhogg, guardian of secrets. You carry a fragment not your own, little wizard." "Wizard?" Harry echoed, his voice small in the enormous moment. I'm just Harry. Just Harry. The phoenix, Solaris, fluttered from the branch to land gently on Harry's shoulder. Its warmth spread through him like sunlight after endless rain. You are more than you know, Solaris communicated. You are the bridge between worlds. Nidhogg slithered closer, its massive body moving with impossible grace. You stand at the crossroads of life and death, little one. We have been drawn to the fracture in your soul. Harry didn't understand most of what they said, but their presence filled him with a sense of rightness he'd never experienced before. Why me? He asked, voicing the question that haunted his short, difficult life. Why am I always different? Both creatures moved at once. Solaris pressed its feathered head against Harry's scar, a lightning bolt mark he'd been told came from the car crash that killed his parents. Simultaneously, Nidhogg's forked tongue flickered against the same spot. Pain and pleasure, fire and ice, life and death, opposites collided within Harry's small body. He cried out, not in fear but in recognition. Light erupted from his scar, a sickly green that writhed like something alive. It hovered in the air between them, shrieking with inhuman rage. The fragment, Nidhogg hissed. Corrupted soul magic. A tether to a broken existence, Solaris added, its mental voice solemn. Together, the creatures surrounded the green light, phoenix flame and basilisk venom neutralizing it until it dissolved into nothingness. Where the scar had burned on Harry's forehead, a curious sensation replaced the pain. It felt like cool water flowing over a burn, like sunshine after endless night. Harry swayed on his feet, suddenly exhausted. What's happening to me? He whispered. We are binding ourselves to you, young master, Solaris explained. You who were marked by death magic as an infant, now blessed by life magic as well. The balance must be maintained, Nidhogg continued. You will walk both paths, wielding powers of creation and destruction. The world spun around Harry as magic older than time itself rewrote his very essence. The phoenix's tears fell upon him while the basilisk's essence merged with his core. Where they should have opposed each other, they instead created perfect harmony within the small boy who had never known his own worth. When the magic settled, Harry found himself kneeling in the dirt, changed irrevocably. His vision swam with new clarity, he could see heat signatures in the darkness and detect the smallest movements in the underbrush. His hearing had sharpened to catch the wing beats of an owl 100 yards away. But the most profound change was inside, where two magical cores now orbited his own like twin stars around a central sun. I can feel you, Harry whispered, touching his chest in wonder. Both of you, inside me. We are one now, Solaris confirmed. I will teach you of healing, of light, of resurrection. And I will teach you protection, boundaries, and the power over that which ends, Nidhogg added. Together, we make you whole. Harry's small face lit with the first genuine smile it had worn in memory. Will you stay with me? Even when I go back to them? He couldn't bring himself to call the Dursleys family. Always, they answered in unison. But first, you must learn. Tonight begins your true life, Harry Potter. And so, beneath the watching moon, Harry's education commenced. Solaris taught him how to channel healing energy through his hands, demonstrating by closing the cut on his cheek with a warm golden light. Nidhogg showed him how to sense the life forces around him, to identify friend from foe through magical signatures. Hours passed like minutes as Harry absorbed knowledge no 4-year-old should possess, knowledge of ancient magics that predated wizardkind itself. As dawn threatened the eastern horizon, Harry reluctantly stood. I have to go back before they notice I'm gone. We go with you, Solaris assured him. Though we will remain unseen when necessary. Our physical forms can merge with yours, Nidhogg explained. Or manifest when needed. Your will guides us now. Harry nodded, focusing on the strange new connection he felt to the creatures. With a thought, Solaris transformed into pure light that sank beneath Harry's skin, settling over his heart. Nidhogg dissolved into shadow that twined around Harry's spine before disappearing. The weight of their presence remained, comforting rather than burdensome. As Harry walked back toward Privet Drive, each step felt surer than the last. For the first time in his short life, he wasn't alone. When Harry slipped back into his cupboard, curling once more beneath the threadbare blanket, he closed his eyes not in despair but in anticipation. Inside his mind, two voices, one warm as summer, one cool as stone, continued their teachings until sleep finally claimed him. The Dursleys noticed the change in Harry almost immediately, though they couldn't name what was different. His eyes seemed brighter, almost luminous in certain light. His movements had taken on a fluid grace that made Petunia nervous. Most disturbing of all, his punishments no longer seemed to affect him. When Vernon locked him in the cupboard without meals, Harry emerged looking inexplicably well-fed. When Petunia assigned backbreaking garden work under the summer sun, his skin remained unblemished by sunburn. When Dudley and his friends chased Harry in their favorite game of Harry hunting, they never seemed able to catch him anymore. 2 weeks after the night in the woods, Vernon cornered Harry in the kitchen. "What's going on with you, boy?" he demanded, his face purpling with suspicion. "You're up to something freakish, I can tell." Harry met his uncle's gaze steadily, something he'd never dared before. Inside, he felt Solaris's warmth urging restraint while Nidhogg's coolness prepared for defense. "I'm not doing anything, Uncle Vernon," Harry replied, his voice calm and measured in a way no 4-year-olds should be. Vernon grabbed Harry's thin arm, fingers digging in painfully. "Don't lie to me. You've been..." Before Vernon could finish, a flicker of green light shone behind Harry's pupils. Vernon gasped and released him as if burned, staggering back a step. "What was?" Vernon shook his head like a man trying to recall a fading dream. Go weed the garden," he finished lamely, turning away in confusion. "A small taste of my gifts," Nidhogg whispered in Harry's mind. "My gaze at its weakest merely confounds rather than kills." "We must be careful," Solaris cautioned. "You are too young to control our full powers. Small manifestations only, until you are ready." Harry nodded imperceptibly as he headed toward the garden. He understood the responsibility his new companions had entrusted him with. Over the past 2 weeks, they had explained more about what they were: Solaris, a phoenix of the highest order, creature of rebirth and healing; Nidhogg, an ancient basilisk, master of death and protection. Together, they represented the ultimate balance of magical forces, and their unprecedented bonding to Harry marked him as something previously unknown in wizarding history, a true master of life and death. As Harry knelt in the garden, his small hands working among the flowers, he practiced the meditation Solaris had taught him. His consciousness expanded outward, sensing the life essence in every plant, insect, and passing bird. Under Nidhogg's tutelage, he could feel where that life ebbed, where decay returned matter to the earth. Harry touched a dying rosebush, channeling a thread of Solaris's magic through his fingertips. The wilting plant straightened, its brown leaves greening, buds swelling and unfurling into magnificent blooms. Aunt Petunia would be surprised, she'd been complaining about this bush all spring. "Balance, young master," Nidhogg reminded him. "What gives life must take from somewhere." Harry nodded, understanding the lesson. He directed his attention to the invasive weeds choking a section of the garden, channeling Nidhogg's energy to accelerate their natural decomposition. The weeds blackened and crumbled to enriching soil in seconds. Life and death, creation and destruction, in perfect harmony. "Boy!" Aunt Petunia's shrill voice interrupted his work. "Come inside and start lunch." Harry rose, brushing dirt from his oversized hand-me-downs. "Yes, Aunt Petunia." In the kitchen, he stood on a stool to reach the counter, carefully assembling sandwiches for his relatives. Dudley waddled in, his pudgy face twisted in its perpetual scowl when it turned toward Harry. "Mum says you're being weird," Dudley announced, reaching for a sandwich before Harry had finished making it. "Dad says you might need to see a doctor because you're too strange." Harry continued his task, seemingly unperturbed. "I feel fine." Dudley leaned closer, his mean little eyes narrowed. "I saw you in the garden." The plants moved when you touched them. I'm telling Dad. For a moment, alarm flashed through Harry. The Dursleys' fear of anything abnormal was well established, and Vernon's punishments could be severe. But beneath that momentary concern, a new confidence steadied him. "Let me assist," Solaris offered. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest as Solaris shared a small portion of Phoenix magic. When he spoke, his voice carried a subtle harmonic quality. "You didn't see anything unusual, Dudley. Plants always move a little in the breeze." Dudley's eyes glazed slightly. "Yeah, the breeze. Phoenix song carries persuasion when focused properly," Solaris explained as Dudley wandered away, the incident already fading from his mind. "Another tool you must use wisely." Harry nodded, continuing his chores with new purpose. Each day brought fresh lessons from his companions, and with them, growing control over abilities no child should possess. That night, as the Dursleys slept, Harry sat cross-legged in his cupboard. Solaris and Nidhogg manifested in miniature forms before him. The Phoenix, now the size of a snowy owl, perched on his bent knee, while the Basilisk, reduced to the dimensions of a garden snake, coiled nearby. "I want to know more about what happened to me," Harry whispered. "About my parents. About why I was left with people who hate me." Solaris and Nidhogg exchanged what could only be described as a significant look. "Your history is complicated, young master," Nidhogg began. "You were indeed orphaned, but not in the manner you've been told. Your parents were magical," Solaris continued. "Powerful witch and wizard who defied a great darkness." Over the next hours, Harry learned the truth of his heritage, of James and Lily Potter, of Voldemort and a killing curse, of the scar that had contained a fragment of the darkest soul magic until Solaris and Nidhogg had neutralized it. He learned of Hogwarts school and the wizarding world that awaited him, of Dumbledore who had placed him with the Dursleys for protection based on his mother's sacrifice. Harry absorbed every word, his young face growing more solemn with each revelation. "So there's a whole world out there where I belong?" he finally asked. "Yes," Solaris confirmed. "But our bonding has changed your destiny, young master. You are now more than wizard, you are a bridge between primal forces. The wizarding world will not know what to make of you," Nidhogg added. "Our bonding has never occurred before, a human child hosting both Phoenix and Basilisk magic." Harry considered this, his mind processing concepts far beyond his years thanks to the accelerated wisdom his companions shared with him. "What does it mean to be master of life and death?" "It means balance," they answered in unison. "You can heal what others cannot," Solaris explained. "And end what should not continue," Nidhogg finished. "Together, these powers make you neither light nor dark, but something necessary to both," Solaris continued. "You will understand more as you grow." Harry nodded, accepting this extraordinary responsibility with a child's simple trust. "Will I still go to Hogwarts when I'm older?" "Yes," Nidhogg confirmed. "Your education must include wizard magic as well. But until then, we have much to teach you." And teach him they did. As weeks turned to months, and months to years, Harry grew under the guidance of creatures older than human civilization. By day, he maintained the appearance of normalcy around the Dursleys, though their treatment of him gradually changed. Fear replaced cruelty as unexplainable things continued happening around Harry, Vernon's belt buckle turning molten when he threatened punishment, Dudley's gang finding themselves unable to approach Harry, garden snakes appearing whenever Petunia screeched orders at him. By night, in the privacy of his cupboard, which now seemed inexplicably larger inside than its external dimensions suggested, Harry studied ancient magic that few wizards had ever glimpsed. On Harry's 5th birthday, unacknowledged by the Dursleys as always, Solaris and Nidhogg took him deep into the woods for a special lesson. "I want to try calling fire today," Harry said confidently, now comfortable with his abilities. "Fire is volatile, young master," Solaris cautioned. "It requires perfect balance." "But you are ready to attempt it," Nidhogg agreed. "Focus on the duality, destruction and renewal." Harry closed his eyes, centering himself in the connection between his companions. He extended his small hand, palm upward, and concentrated on the opposing forces within him. Nothing happened. Harry frowned, trying again with greater intensity. Still nothing. "Why isn't it working?" he asked, frustration evident in his voice. "You are forcing rather than allowing," Solaris explained gently. "Magic flows, it is not seized. Remember what we taught you about intent versus will," Nidhogg added. "Intent guides, will forces." Harry took a deep breath, refocusing. This time, he imagined the heat of Solaris's flames and the precision of Nidhogg's power working in concert rather than competing. He visualized fire as transformation rather than simply destruction, a bridge between states of being. A small blue flame bloomed above his palm, dancing with unusual stability for such a controlled manifestation. It cast his face in ethereal light, reflecting in his bright green eyes. "I did it," he whispered, amazed despite all he had already accomplished. "Well done, young master," his companions praised. As Harry manipulated the flame, making it dance and change colors, a rustle in the underbrush startled him. The flame extinguished instantly as Harry turned toward the sound. A woman stood at the edge of the clearing, her expression frozen in shock. She wore strange robes of emerald green, and her severe bun couldn't quite tame all of her dark hair. Most striking was the wand clutched in her hand, pointed directly at Harry. "A witch," Nidhogg hissed in Harry's mind. "Ministry detection, likely. Your magic registered on their sensors." Before Harry could respond, the woman spoke, her Scottish accent thick with emotion. "Harry Potter," she whispered. "What in Merlin's name are you doing out here? And what was that magic?" Harry tensed, feeling Nidhogg's protective instincts surge. The basilisk wanted to manifest, to shield him from this potential threat, but Harry calmed his companion with a thought. "Who are you?" he asked steadily. The woman lowered her wand slightly, though her expression remained stunned. "I am Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I was alerted to underage magic in this area, powerful enough to bypass normal restrictions." Her eyes narrowed. "That should be impossible for a child your age." Harry considered his options quickly. His companions had warned him that his abilities would eventually draw attention from the wizarding world. Perhaps it was time to make a first alliance. "I know about Hogwarts," he said carefully. "And about magic. About what happened to my parents." McGonagall's eyes widened further. That's not possible. Albus assured us you were being raised without knowledge of our world." Her gaze sharpened. "Who has been teaching you, Mr. Potter?" "That was not accidental magic I witnessed." Harry straightened his thin shoulders. "Guidance?" he asked his companions silently. "Limited truth," Solaris suggested. "She is trustworthy but loyal to Dumbledore. Reveal our existence if necessary, but not our full bonding," Nidhogg added. "Let her believe we are merely familiars." "I have friends," Harry said aloud, gesturing to the air beside him. "Would you like to meet them?" Before McGonagall could answer, Harry allowed Solaris to manifest, the phoenix appearing in a burst of golden flame that caused the professor to gasp and stumble backward. Nidhogg remained hidden for now, a basilisk would cause far more alarm. "A phoenix," McGonagall breathed, her composure completely shattered. "Bonded to a 5-year-old child. Impossible." "His name is Solaris," Harry explained calmly. "He found me last year. He's been teaching me." McGonagall's face cycled through shock, disbelief, and finally something approaching wonder. "Mr. Potter, do you understand how extraordinary this is? Phoenix bonding is exceedingly rare, even among adult wizards. And the magic you were performing." She shook her head. "We must speak with Professor Dumbledore immediately." Harry tensed. "I don't want to leave my aunt and uncle's house yet," he said, surprising himself with the realization that it was true. Despite their treatment, the Dursleys' home provided a stable base for his magical education, away from wizarding scrutiny. Dumbledore put me there for protection, didn't he? McGonagall's surprise grew. You know about the Blood Wards? Harry nodded, drawing on knowledge Solaris had shared. My mother's sacrifice. It keeps me safe from Voldemort's followers. McGonagall flinched at the name but recovered quickly. You speak of things no child should know, Mr. Potter. She sighed, her expression softening. But perhaps Albus should come to you, rather than the reverse. Will you be here tomorrow evening? Harry considered, then nodded. Same time. But please, don't tell anyone else about Solaris yet. Or about what you saw me do. The professor studied him with new eyes, not as a child needing protection, but as someone deserving consideration. I will speak only to Albus, you have my word. But Mr. Potter, be careful with whatever magic you're practicing. Some powers are not meant for the young. As McGonagall disapparated with a crack, Nidhogg materialized from Harry's shadow. The pieces begin to move, the Basilisk observed. Earlier than we anticipated. But not necessarily to our disadvantage, Solaris countered. The Old One, Dumbledore, would have discovered us eventually. Better on our terms. Harry watched the spot where the witch had vanished, feeling the weight of his unusual childhood pressing upon him. Will Dumbledore try to separate us? He asked, voicing his deepest fear. He could not if he tried, Nidhogg assured him. Our bonding is soul deep, beyond the magic of wizards to sever. But he will likely attempt to guide your development more directly now, Solaris warned. Dumbledore plays a long game with the fate of many in his hands. Harry nodded, resolute beyond his years. Then we'll be ready for him. Albus Dumbledore had lived over a century. He had defeated Dark Lords, discovered 12 uses of dragon's blood, and mentored generations of witches and wizards. Very little surprised him anymore. The sight of 5-year-old Harry Potter sitting calmly in a forest clearing, a phoenix perched on his shoulder and controlled wandless magic dancing at his fingertips, was one of those rare exceptions. Good evening, Harry, Dumbledore said, his voice betraying none of the shock Minerva had described from her encounter. Professor McGonagall tells me you've made a rather extraordinary friend. Harry studied the old wizard carefully, noting the powerful magical aura his enhanced senses could now perceive. Solaris remained visible on his shoulder, while Nidhogg stayed hidden within Harry's shadow, both feeding him impressions and guidance. Hello, Professor Dumbledore, Harry replied with careful politeness. Thank you for coming instead of making me leave the Dursleys. Dumbledore's bushy eyebrows rose slightly at Harry's measured tone. You're quite welcome. May I? He gestured to a fallen log across from where Harry sat cross-legged on the forest floor. Harry nodded, and the headmaster settled himself, his bright purple robes pooling around him incongruously against the earthy backdrop. I confess myself astonished, Harry, Dumbledore began, his blue eyes twinkling but sharp with assessment. A phoenix companion is a rare blessing even among the most powerful adult wizards. May I ask how you came to meet this magnificent creature? Selective truth, Solaris advised. He will detect outright lies. Solaris found me when I needed him most, Harry said simply. He's been teaching me about magic and about my parents. Dumbledore's gaze intensified. Teaching you? How extraordinary. And what has Solaris taught you about your parents? That they were murdered by Voldemort. That my mother died to protect me, and her sacrifice created a protection. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes steadily. That you placed me with the Dursleys to maintain that protection through my mother's blood. Dumbledore steepled his fingers, his expression grave. You speak with remarkable clarity for one so young, Harry. I must wonder what other knowledge your companion has shared with you. Harry felt Nidhogg's cold amusement at the old wizard's careful probing. Enough to understand that there are people who would hurt me if they could. That I need to learn to protect myself. And the magic Minerva witnessed? Wandless fire manipulation is beyond most adult wizards. Harry allowed a small flame to dance above his palm, knowing it would be pointless to deny his abilities now. Solaris helps me focus my magic. It comes, naturally to me. Dumbledore watched the flame with an unreadable expression. Harry, while I am impressed with your abilities, I must express concern. Magic, especially powerful magic, requires proper training and understanding. There are reasons we typically begin magical education at 11. He fears what he doesn't understand, Nidhogg observed. All humans do. Yet he respects power, Solaris countered. Show him control, not just ability. Harry extinguished the flame with a thought and folded his hands in his lap. I'm being careful, Professor. I understand that magic has consequences. Indeed it does. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. Harry, I must ask, have you encountered any other, unusual creatures besides your phoenix friend? Harry felt Nidhogg tense within his shadow. The headmaster was fishing, perhaps sensing the dual nature of Harry's magical signature. No, sir, Harry replied, the lie coming easily with Nidhogg's essence concealing itself deeper within his core. Just Solaris. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, then sighed. Harry, I placed you with your relatives hoping to give you a normal childhood, free from the burdens of your fame and history until you were ready. I see now that destiny had other plans for you. I'm still having a childhood, Professor, Harry said, a hint of a smile touching his lips. Just not a normal one. Something like sadness flickered across Dumbledore's face. No, I suppose not. He straightened. I won't remove you from your aunt and uncle's care, as the blood protection remains important. However, I would like to arrange for someone to visit periodically, to provide some guidance in your magical education. A watcher as much as a teacher, Nidhogg warned. But potentially useful nonetheless, Solaris added. Wizard magic differs from our own. Harry nodded slowly. I'd like that, Professor. Excellent. Perhaps Remus Lupin, he was a friend of your father's, and a gifted teacher. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I believe your unusual companion will sense that Remus has his own unique nature and hopefully find him acceptable. Solaris trilled softly, the sound neither confirming nor denying Dumbledore's assumption. Before I leave you this evening, Harry, might I examine your scar? Dumbledore asked, his tone casual though his intent was clearly significant. Harry tensed imperceptibly. The scar had faded to almost nothing after Solaris and Nidhogg had removed Voldemort's soul fragment. Allow it, his companions agreed. He will discover the change eventually. Harry nodded, pushing back his unruly hair to reveal his forehead. Dumbledore approached slowly, waving his wand in intricate patterns over the area where the lightning bolt had once been prominent. The headmaster's expression shifted from curiosity to shock to something unreadable in quick succession. Fascinating, he murmured. The magical signature has changed entirely. How do you feel, Harry? Any pains or unusual dreams? No, sir. I feel fine. Better than before, actually. Dumbledore nodded slowly, returning to his seat. Magic continues to surprise even those of us who have studied it for a century, it seems. He fixed Harry with a penetrating look. Harry, I must ask you to be cautious. Your abilities are extraordinary, but with great power comes great responsibility, Harry finished. Solaris has taught me that too. Has he indeed? Dumbledore smiled faintly. Wise beyond your years, Harry Potter. We shall speak again soon. As Dumbledore disappeared with a soft pop, Harry exhaled slowly. He knows more than he revealed, Nidhogg observed, emerging partially from Harry's shadow now that they were alone. And suspects even more, Solaris added. But he will proceed cautiously. You intrigue him. Harry nodded, processing the encounter. At least he's letting me stay with the Dursleys. For now, Nidhogg cautioned. But we must accelerate your training. Events are in motion now that cannot be stopped. Harry rose, stretching his small limbs. Then let's not waste time. Show me how to merge our magics again, I almost had it yesterday. As darkness fell over little Whinging, a child with ancient magic flowing through his veins practiced arts long forgotten by wizardkind, preparing for a destiny far different from the one Albus Dumbledore had once envisioned for the boy who lived. Remus Lupin arrived at Privet Drive 3 days later, his shabby appearance drawing disapproving stares from neighbors as he approached number 4. Harry, warned by Solaris of the werewolf's impending visit, waited on the front step, having told the Dursleys he was weeding the garden. Harry. Lupin stopped a few feet away, emotion making his voice rough. You look so much like James, except for my mother's eyes, Harry finished with a smile. That's what Solaris showed me in memories. Lupin blinked in surprise. Solaris? Ah, your Phoenix companion. Dumbledore mentioned. He shook his head in wonder. I confess I thought he might be exaggerating. Harry glanced around to ensure no neighbors were watching, then nodded slightly. Solaris materialized in a flash of flame, perching delicately on Harry's shoulder. The Phoenix studied Lupin intently before trilling a soft greeting. Merlin's beard, Lupin whispered, awestruck. Harry, do you understand how extraordinary this is? Professor Dumbledore said something similar, Harry replied, rising to his feet. Would you like to go for a walk? The Dursleys don't know about magic, and they don't like anything unusual. Lupin's expression darkened momentarily at the implications of Harry's words, but he nodded. Of course. As they walked toward the nearby park, Harry studied the man covertly. Nidhogg's senses detected the wolf essence beneath Lupin's human exterior, dormant now with the full moon weeks away, but present nonetheless. Professor Dumbledore says you're going to teach me about magic, Harry began. Lupin smiled faintly. Just Remus, please. And yes, though from what Dumbledore tells me, you've already had quite an education. They settled on a bench in the deserted park, Solaris vanishing from sight though his presence remained warm in Harry's consciousness. Remus, Harry said carefully, before we start, can I ask you something about my parents? Lupin's amber eyes softened. Anything, Harry. Were they good people? Really good, I mean. Not just brave or powerful. The question seemed to catch Lupin off guard. He was silent for a moment, considering his answer with care. Your father, James, wasn't perfect. He could be arrogant in his youth, even cruel to those he disliked. Lupin's honesty surprised Harry. But he grew into a man of tremendous loyalty and courage. And your mother, Lily, was fierce in her convictions, brilliant at charms, and had the kindest heart of anyone I've known. They were good people who sometimes made mistakes, Harry, like all of us. Harry nodded, appreciating the nuanced truth. Thank you for not pretending they were saints. You're welcome. Lupin studied him curiously. That's an unusual first question from a 5-year-old. Harry shrugged. I need to understand where I come from if I'm going to understand where I'm going. Lupin's eyebrows rose. Dumbledore mentioned you spoke unlike a typical child, but I see he wasn't exaggerating that either. He leaned back, considering Harry with new eyes. Harry, what exactly has your Phoenix taught you? Truth, but measured, Solaris advised. The wolf can be trusted but will report to Dumbledore. His loyalty to your father may outweigh that to the headmaster, Nidhogg added. Test the waters. Solaris has shared memories of magical history, Harry began. And helped me understand and control my magic. I can do some things without a wand. To demonstrate, Harry levitated a small stone from the ground, making it orbit their bench before setting it gently back in place. Lupin watched with a mixture of amazement and concern. That's beyond what most adult wizards can accomplish wandlessly, he said quietly. May I ask, what else can you do? Harry considered how much to reveal. I can create and control fire. I can sense magic around me. I can heal small injuries. Lupin nodded slowly, processing this information. Harry, while these abilities are remarkable, there are fundamentals of wizard magic that require structured teaching, theory, wand movements, incantations. That's why Dumbledore sent you, Harry acknowledged. To teach me the things Solaris can't. Precisely. Lupin reached into his worn jacket and removed a thin book. We'll start with magical theory, understanding the foundations of spellwork. Even with your natural abilities, this knowledge will help you channel your power more effectively. For the next 2 hours, Lupin introduced Harry to concepts of magical energy manipulation, the history of spell creation, and the fundamentals of transfiguration theory. Despite already possessing practical abilities beyond his years, Harry absorbed the academic knowledge eagerly, recognizing its value in bridging his primal magic with wizarding techniques. As their lesson concluded, Lupin hesitated before asking, "Harry, how are things with your relatives? Do they treat you well?" Harry's expression remained neutral. "They feed me and give me shelter. We understand each other." Lupin frowned, clearly reading between the lines. "That's not what I asked." "It's the answer I can give," Harry replied simply. "The blood protection is important. Solaris helps with the rest." "He wishes to help you," Solaris observed. "His wolf nature makes him protective of cubs." "Yet he did not seek you out before now," Nidhogg countered. "His guilt shapes his current concern." Harry added, softening his tone, "I'm okay, Remus." "Really? Things were harder before Solaris found me, but now." He smiled genuinely. "Now I have purpose. And soon I'll have you teaching me too." Lupin seemed torn between pressing the issue and respecting Harry's boundaries. Finally, he nodded, though concern lingered in his eyes. "I'll return in 3 days for our next lesson. Meanwhile, practice the meditation technique I showed you. It will help with focus." As they walked back toward Privet Drive, Lupin asked casually, "Harry, has your scar bothered you at all? Headaches, strange dreams?" Harry touched his forehead, where the lightning bolt was now barely visible. "No. Should it?" "No, no," Lupin assured him quickly. "Just checking. Magical scars can sometimes have unusual properties." "He knows something about your scar," Nidhogg noted. "Dumbledore must have shared concerns." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "Remus, do you know why Voldemort wanted to kill me as a baby? It seems strange that a powerful dark wizard would target an infant." Lupin stiffened slightly at the direct question. "That's complicated, Harry. And perhaps a discussion for when you're a bit older." "I've been marked by death magic since I was 1 year old," Harry said quietly. "I think that makes me old enough to know why." The werewolf stopped walking, studying Harry with newfound intensity. "Marked by death magic? Where did you hear that terminology?" Harry realized he'd revealed more than intended. "It's just something I sensed. About my scar." Lupin's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't press further. "There was a prophecy, Harry. That's all I know. Dumbledore never shared its contents with me or most of the Order. But it led Voldemort to target your family specifically." "A prophecy," Harry repeated, filing away this crucial information. "Thank you for telling me the truth." As they parted at the edge of the Dursley property, Lupin squeezed Harry's shoulder. "You're an extraordinary child, Harry Potter. Your parents would be proud, and perhaps a little frightened by how quickly you're growing up." Harry smiled, a child's expression briefly replacing his usual solemnity. "Will you tell me more about them next time?" "Every story I can remember," Lupin promised. When the werewolf had gone, Harry retreated to the back garden, his mind racing with new information. Both Solaris and Nidhogg materialized once they were safely hidden from view. "A prophecy," Nidhogg hissed thoughtfully. "Divination magic is unpredictable but powerful. Our bonding may have altered its path," Solaris added. "Prophecies account for possibilities, not certainties." Harry nodded, processing this revelation. "We need to find out what it said. If Voldemort targeted my parents because of it, it must be important." The Department of Mysteries in the Ministry of Magic houses prophecy records, Nidhogg provided. But access is restricted to those named within them. Which likely includes you, Solaris concluded. Though retrieving it would be difficult at your current age and abilities. Harry's expression grew determined. Then we keep learning. We get stronger. And when the time comes, we'll be ready to face whatever this prophecy says. As you wish, young master, his companions agreed. The years passed with increasing momentum. Under Remus Lupin's fortnightly tutelage, Harry mastered theoretical aspects of wizarding magic far beyond his years. The werewolf reported Harry's progress to Dumbledore, though Harry suspected he sometimes downplayed certain abilities at Harry's request. Meanwhile, Solaris and Nidhogg continued Harry's education in ancient magics unknown to most wizardkind. By age 7, Harry could wandlessly perform most first through third year Hogwarts spells, heal moderate injuries with phoenix magic, and sense magical signatures from considerable distances. His connection to both life and death magic deepened, allowing him to accelerate plant growth or decay objects with mere thoughts. The Dursleys maintained an uneasy truce with their unusual charge, fear and self-preservation overriding their natural inclination toward cruelty. Harry kept his abilities subtle around them, but occasional incidents ensured they gave him the space and basic necessities he required. On Harry's 8th birthday, ignored as always by his relatives, Lupin arrived for their scheduled lesson carrying a small, wrapped package. "Happy birthday, Harry," he said with a warm smile as they settled in their usual spot in the park. After 3 years of teaching the boy, Lupin had grown increasingly fond of James and Lily's remarkable son, though he remained bewildered by Harry's accelerated development. Harry unwrapped the gift carefully to reveal a handsome leather journal. "It's beautiful," he said, running his fingers over the cover. "It was your mother's," Lupin explained. "Not her diary, just a notebook where she sketched spell ideas and research notes. I thought you might find it interesting, given your theoretical studies." Harry's eyes widened. He'd accumulated few personal possessions over the years, and nothing at all from his parents. "Thank you," he said simply, though the depth of his gratitude was evident. As Harry flipped through the pages, admiring his mother's neat handwriting and clever annotations, Lupin cleared his throat. "I've been meaning to ask, Harry, have you given any thought to Hogwarts? It's only 3 years away now." Harry looked up from the journal. "I think about it often," he admitted. "It will be complicated." Lupin nodded in understanding. Over the years, he'd come to accept that there was more to Harry's abilities than just a phoenix companion, though Harry had never revealed Nidhogg's existence to him. The boy's dual-natured magic occasionally manifested in ways that left Lupin puzzled but impressed. "Dumbledore believes your unusual magical development might make traditional classroom instruction challenging," Lupin continued. "He's considering additional private tutoring alongside regular classes." "He tests the waters," Nidhogg observed. "Dumbledore seeks to separate you from the general student population. Or to provide appropriate education for your unique abilities," Solaris countered. "Not all his motivations are suspect." "I want the normal Hogwarts experience," Harry said firmly. "As normal as possible, anyway. I can control my abilities well enough not to stand out unnecessarily." Lupin smiled faintly. "Harry, you could perform only first-year spells and still stand out. You're the boy who lived, people will notice you regardless." Harry sighed, acknowledging this truth. "Then I'll deal with that when it comes. But I don't want special treatment, Remus. I want friends my own age, regular classes, Quidditch, all the things you've told me about." "I understand." Lupin hesitated, then added, "There's something else I should mention. Dumbledore has appointed a new defense against the dark arts professor for the coming year, Quirinus Quirrell. He's requested permission to study abroad for a year first, researching vampires in Albania." "Albania," Nidhogg hissed, suddenly alert. "The forest remnants. The disembodied one seeks vessels there." Harry kept his expression neutral despite the internal warning. "That's interesting. Will he be a good teacher, do you think? Lupin shrugged. Quirrell was a Ravenclaw, brilliant but timid. Teaching defense seems an odd choice for him, but Dumbledore must have his reasons. Harry nodded, mentally filing away this information for later discussion with his companions. Shall we continue with conjuration theory today? I've been practicing the principles you explained last time. As their lesson proceeded, Harry maintained his focus, but part of his mind remained occupied with this new development. After Lupin departed, promising to return in 2 weeks, Harry retreated to the small stand of trees behind the Dursleys' garden shed, his private sanctuary for conversations with his companions. Both creatures materialized to their full size, Nidhogg's massive coils wrapping protectively around the clearing while Solaris perched on a branch above. Explain about Albania, Harry requested, sitting cross-legged on the ground. After Voldemort's body was destroyed, his fractured soul fled, Nidhogg began. Spirits seek familiar places in their confusion. The Albanian forests were once his haven during his first exile from Britain. We believe his wraith form has remained there, too weak to act but conscious, Solaris continued. Seeking a host to possess, preferably a magical one. And now Quirrell is going there deliberately, Harry concluded, frowning. Is it coincidence? There are few true coincidences in matters of such power, Nidhogg replied. Either Quirrell is being manipulated, or he seeks the Dark Lord intentionally. Either way, this confirms that Voldemort's spirit survived that night, Solaris added gravely. As we suspected when we removed his soul fragment from your scar. Harry considered this information carefully. He'll come back, then. Maybe through Quirrell, maybe another way, but he'll try to return to power. Yes, his companions confirmed solemnly. Then we need to prepare. Harry's young face set with determination that looked out of place on an 8-year-old. 3 years until Hogwarts. 3 years to master enough of our combined powers to face whatever comes. You progress quickly, young master, Nidhogg acknowledged. But facing a fully restored Dark Lord would challenge even our combined strength. There is much yet to learn, Solaris agreed. Particularly in balancing our opposing magics within you. Harry nodded, rising to his feet. Then let's continue. Show me again how to channel both your essences simultaneously. For the rest of that summer day, in the hidden corner of a mundane suburban garden, a child practiced ancient magic that blended life and death in harmonious balance, a combination unseen in wizarding history. As golden phoenix flames danced with emerald basilisk energy around his small form, Harry Potter prepared for a destiny far different from the one Albus Dumbledore had planned for him all those years ago. The phoenix and the basilisk had changed everything when they bonded with the boy at age 4. And the wizarding world remained blissfully unaware of the transformation of their savior into something unprecedented, a true master of life and death. Chapter 2, Shadows and Light. The Hogwarts acceptance letter arrived precisely on Harry's 11th birthday, delivered not by Owl but by Minerva McGonagall herself. She appeared with a sharp crack of apparition at the edge of the small forest where Harry practiced his magic each morning, just as the sun crested the horizon. Mr. Potter, she greeted, her Scottish brogue carrying across the clearing. I trust you've been expecting this. Harry lowered his hands, extinguishing the dual-colored flames he'd been weaving between his fingers. After 7 years of bonding with Solaris and Nidhogg, his control over their combined magic had grown extraordinary. The small exercise, phoenix fire interlaced with basilisk energy, had become his morning meditation. Professor McGonagall, he acknowledged with a slight bow. It's good to see you again. Her eyes widened slightly at his formal greeting. Despite Remus Lupin's reports and her own brief encounters with the boy over the years, McGonagall still found herself startled by Harry Potter's unusual maturity. He stood straight-backed in the morning light, thin but wiry, his emerald eyes carrying a depth that unsettled her. Happy birthday, she said, holding out the parchment envelope bearing the Hogwarts seal. Though I suspect this comes as no surprise. Harry accepted the letter with a genuine smile, breaking through his serious demeanor. For a moment, he looked like any excited 11-year-old. Thank you. And no, not a surprise, but welcome all the same. As Harry broke the wax seal, Solaris materialized in a burst of flame, settling on his shoulder. McGonagall flinched slightly. Even after years of occasional encounters, the Phoenix's presence around a child remained disconcerting. "I see your companion remains with you," she observed. Harry glanced at Solaris affectionately. "Always." McGonagall nodded, then hesitated before continuing. "Mr. Potter, Professor Dumbledore asked me to inquire whether you've given any thought to how you wish to present yourself at Hogwarts." Harry looked up from the letter. "You mean whether I intend to hide Solaris and my abilities?" To put it bluntly, yes. Inside Harry's mind, both his companions offered their thoughts. "Secrecy provides tactical advantage," Nidhogg counseled. "The less they know of your true abilities, the less they can prepare against them." "Yet isolation serves no purpose," Solaris countered. "Some degree of openness may forge necessary alliances." Harry considered both perspectives before responding. "I won't hide Solaris completely, that would only fuel rumors when he's eventually discovered. But I'll be discreet with my more unusual abilities." McGonagall's lips thinned. "Mr. Potter, I feel obligated to warn you that your fame already guarantees significant attention. Adding a Phoenix companion will create quite a stir." "I understand, Professor. But pretending to be ordinary won't serve anyone in the long run." The professor studied him for a long moment, then nodded curtly. "Very well. Have you requirements for shopping in Diagon Alley? Most Muggle-raised students appreciate a guide their first time." Harry smiled faintly. "Thank you, but Remus has described it thoroughly. I believe I can manage." "As you wish." McGonagall turned to leave, then paused. "Mr. Potter, while I appreciate the remarkable maturity you've shown, I hope you'll allow yourself to experience Hogwarts as a child as well. Education extends beyond magical prowess." Harry's expression softened. "I'll try, Professor." After she disappeared with another crack, Harry returned his attention to the letter. The familiar words, the invitation, the supply list, the train information, filled him with unexpected warmth. Despite his unusual upbringing, this normal milestone still mattered. "We're going to Hogwarts," he whispered. Solaris trilled softly in response while Nidhogg emerged partially from Harry's shadow, his massive head forming in the darkness beneath a nearby oak. "The ancient castle calls to its own," the Basilisk observed. "But remember, young master, it holds secrets even we may find surprising." Harry nodded, refolding the letter carefully. "I'm counting on it." Diagon Alley bustled with preterm shopping activity as Harry slipped through the brick entrance behind the leaky cauldron. He'd managed to avoid recognition in the pub by keeping his head down and his fringe carefully arranged over his scar. Solaris remained merged with Harry's magical core, invisible to others but present in his consciousness. Nidhogg, too, kept hidden, though Harry could feel the basilisk's awareness extending through his own senses, tasting the magical signatures around them. "Many eyes watch for you," Nidhogg warned as Harry navigated the crowded street. "The goblins have already noted your arrival." Harry nodded imperceptibly, unsurprised. His companions had explained that magical beings often perceived more than wizards realized. The goblins, with their ancient magic, would certainly recognize the unusual power signature of a wizard bonded to both Phoenix and Basilisk. Gringotts rose before him, white marble gleaming in the summer sun. Harry approached with measured steps, neither hurrying nor dawdling. As he reached the silver doors, the goblin guards stiffened almost imperceptibly, their dark eyes widening before narrowing in calculation. "Good morning," Harry greeted with a respectful nod. The guards returned the gesture with unusual depth. "The bank welcomes you, young one of dual nature," the left guard murmured in gobbledygook, likely assuming Harry wouldn't understand. Harry surprised him by responding in the same language, knowledge shared by Nidhogg who had existed since goblins first carved their tunnels beneath Britain. "May your gold flow and your enemies fall beneath your blade." The goblins exchanged startled glances before the right one pulled the door open with renewed ceremony. Inside, Harry approached a free teller, conscious of the ripple of awareness spreading through the bank as more goblins noticed his presence. "I wish to access my vault," he stated simply, placing his small golden key on the counter. "Harry Potter." The teller examined the key, then examined Harry with equal scrutiny. "Your key appears in order, Mr. Potter. However, your unusual magical signature requires verification." He snapped his fingers, and a more elaborately dressed goblin appeared at his side. They exchanged rapid gobbledygook too complex for Harry to follow completely. The senior goblin turned to Harry with an expression that might have been respect. "Mr. Potter, I am Ragnarok. Would you follow me to a private chamber? There are matters regarding your inheritance that require attention." Unexpected, Solaris noted within Harry's mind. But potentially valuable. "Goblins value power and profit equally," Nidhogg added. "They sense our combined strength." Harry followed Ragnarok through marble hallways into a richly appointed office. Sword displays and gem-encrusted artifacts lined the walls, speaking to both wealth and martial prowess. "Please sit," Ragnarok gestured to a chair sized for humans. As Harry settled himself, the goblin studied him openly. "Mr. Potter, you present us with an unprecedented situation. Our records indicated a standard magical core when your parents established your trust vault. Today, you arrive with a tripartite magical signature." Harry kept his expression neutral. "I'm not sure I understand the concern." "No concern," Ragnarok corrected. "Merely a necessity for proper account management. Our magic recognizes you as three entities sharing one form, the wizard child, the firebird, and the death-gaze serpent." His eyes narrowed. "Such a combination has never been recorded in our histories." "He seeks information," Nidhogg warned. "Goblins hoard knowledge as preciously as gold." Harry nodded slightly. "My companions and I share a unique bond. Does this affect my access to my vault?" Ragnarok's lip curled in what might have been amusement. "Quite the opposite. It qualifies you for immediate access to your full inheritance rather than just your trust vault. Gringotts bylaws state that any witch or wizard demonstrating extraordinary magical maturation may claim their full inheritance before legal majority." Harry hadn't expected this. Remus had mentioned only the trust vault his parents had established for his schooling. What does this full inheritance entail? Ragnarok snapped his fingers, and a thick folder materialized on the desk. The Potter family vault, containing heirlooms and artifacts beyond monetary wealth. Several properties. Investment portfolios. He eyed Harry speculatively. And, of course, your status as heir to the House of Potter, with the political responsibilities therein. I see. Harry considered this new information. "I'd like to visit both vaults today, if possible." "Of course." Ragnarok rose. "But first, a verification." He retrieved a shallow stone bowl etched with runes. "A drop of blood, if you please. Our standard procedure for inheritance claims." Harry hesitated only briefly before extending his hand. Ragnarok pricked his finger with a silver needle, allowing a single drop to fall into the bowl. The blood spread in complex patterns across the stone, forming intricate designs before glowing gold. "Confirmation complete," Ragnarok announced, looking satisfied. "Harry James Potter, heir to House Potter. Additionally." He paused, studying the patterns with surprise. "The magic recognizes aspects of eligibility for the most ancient and noble house of Peveril. The Deathly Hallows connection," Solaris explained within Harry's mind. "Your ancestor created the invisibility cloak. And your dual bonding resonates with the Master of Death legend," Nidhogg added. Harry absorbed this silently while Ragnarok continued. "Both inheritance lines are now accessible to you, Mr. Potter. Shall we proceed to your vaults?" The cart ride through Gringotts depths proved enlightening. Nidhogg sensed the various magical protections, sharing this knowledge with Harry: dragon guards in the lower levels, curse wards around high-security vaults, detection charms that measured magical signatures. By the time they reached the Potter family vault, Harry understood why Gringotts remained unbreached for centuries. Inside the vault, wealth extended beyond mere gold. Ancient tomes lined one wall, grimoires and journals dating back generations. Magical artifacts rested on velvet-lined shelves, enchanted jewelry, ceremonial daggers, pensive memory vials. In one corner stood a collection of wands, presumably from Potter ancestors. "Take the journal with the phoenix feather bookmark," Solaris suggested, directing Harry's attention to a leather-bound tome. "Your father's research on advanced transfiguration." Harry collected this and several other items his companions identified as particularly valuable for his education. From the Peveril section, a small alcove separated by an archway, he retrieved a thin silver chain bearing a pendant that shifted between symbols for life and death. "An ancient protection charm," Ragnarok explained when Harry questioned it. "Legend claims it shields the wearer from magical detection." After gathering a generous amount of galleons from his trust vault, Harry concluded his Gringotts business. As Ragnarok escorted him back to the main hall, the goblin offered an observation. "Mr. Potter, Gringotts values unusual clients who bring unique opportunities. Should you require financial services beyond standard wizarding offerings, I would be available for consultation." Harry recognized the rare privilege being extended. "Thank you, Ragnarok. I suspect I may need such services in the future." With a final respectful bow, Harry departed Gringotts, feeling the weight of his newly discovered inheritance. The wizarding world had more layers than Remus had prepared him for, and his unusual status created both opportunities and complications. "The bank will keep your secrets for now," Nidhogg assured him. "Goblins value profitable relationships over wizard politics. But word will spread among magical creatures," Solaris cautioned. "Your unique nature cannot remain completely hidden." Harry nodded imperceptibly as he moved toward Ollivander's wand shop. While he could perform significant magic wandlessly, a wand would help him blend in at Hogwarts and provide additional focus for standard spellwork. The shop's interior felt ancient, dust motes dancing in the weak light filtering through grimy windows. Harry sensed the latent magic saturating the very walls, thousands of wands vibrating with potential, waiting for their perfect match. "I wondered when I would be seeing you, Mr. Potter." The soft voice came from behind him. Harry turned smoothly, having sensed Ollivander's approach through Nidhogg's expanded awareness. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander," Harry replied. The wand-maker paused, silver eyes widening slightly. "You knew I was there." A statement, not a question. His gaze intensified, studying Harry with unsettling focus. "Curious. Very curious." "What's curious, sir?" Harry asked, though he suspected the answer. "You are not as you should be, Mr. Potter." Ollivander circled him slowly. "I remember every wand I've ever sold. Your mother's was 10¼ inches, willow, excellent for charm work. Your father favored mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, outstanding for transfiguration. I expected their son to require something complementary." His head tilted. "Yet you stand before me with a magical core unlike any I've encountered." Harry remained calm under the scrutiny. "Does that mean you won't be able to match me with a wand?" "Quite the contrary." Ollivander's expression turned fascinated. "It means we face an unprecedented challenge." He disappeared among the shelves, muttering to himself. "He senses us," Solaris noted. "Wand makers develop special sensitivity to magical cores. Yet he does not fear what he perceives," Nidhogg added. "Merely finds it academically fascinating." Ollivander returned with an armful of boxes. "Let's begin with this. Ebony and dragon heartstring, 12 inches, quite rigid." Harry accepted the wand, immediately feeling its resistance to his dual-natured magic. Before he could wave it, Ollivander snatched it back. "No, no, entirely wrong." He presented another. Apple and unicorn hair, 9 inches, springy. This process continued for nearly 30 minutes. With each rejected wand, Ollivander grew not frustrated but increasingly excited. Challenging customer. Wonderful. Finally, the wand maker paused, eyes distant in contemplation. I wonder. He disappeared into the depths of his shop, returning with a dusty box that seemed older than the others. An experimental creation. I combined 2 cores in this wand, a technique rarely successful. Phoenix feather and basilisk scale fragment, wrapped in a double helix around holly, 11 inches. Harry froze at the description, while his companion stirred within his consciousness. Remarkable coincidence, Solaris murmured. Or fate, Nidhogg countered. When did you make this wand? Harry asked carefully. Ollivander's eyes gleamed. Curious you should ask. It was the very night you received that scar, Mr. Potter. I awoke from a dream with the compulsion to create it, though I've never found a suitable match. He held out the box. Until now, perhaps. Harry reached for the wand with steady fingers. The moment his skin contacted the polished holly, power surged through him. Gold and green sparks erupted from the tip, swirling together in a perfect helix before dissolving into pure light that bathed the shop. The sensation was like finding a missing piece of himself, not necessary for his magic, but complementary to it. Extraordinary, Ollivander whispered. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, this wand has waited 11 years for your arrival, created on the very night that marked you. Harry paid the 7 galleons, sensing Ollivander had significantly undercharged for such a unique wand. As he turned to leave, the wand-maker's voice stopped him. Mr. Potter. The dual cores in your wand reflect what's within you, life and death in balance. Such power demands great responsibility. Harry met the ancient eyes steadily. I understand, Mr. Ollivander. More than you might expect. The remainder of Harry's shopping proceeded without incident. At Madame Malkin's, he ordered standard robes plus several in more durable fabrics for private practice. The bookshop yielded required texts plus advanced volumes on magical theory that caught his interest. At the magical menagerie, he lingered, drawn to a snowy owl whose intelligence shone in her amber eyes. A worthy messenger, Solaris approved. Owls carry old magic of communication. And she recognizes your unusual nature without fear, Nidhogg added as the owl bobbed her head at Harry. I'll take her, Harry told the shopkeeper, who seemed relieved to sell the bird that had apparently rejected multiple previous customers. By late afternoon, Harry had completed his shopping, shrinking his purchases with a wandless charm and stowing them in his pockets. As he prepared to leave Diagon Alley, a familiar face emerged from the apothecary. Harry. Remus Lupin called, smiling broadly. I thought I might find you here today. Harry returned the smile genuinely. Despite his unusual childhood, Remus had provided a necessary connection to normal wizarding life. Hello, Remus. Shopping for potion ingredients? Just browsing, Remus admitted, falling into step beside Harry. Truthfully, I wanted to see how your first real foray into the wizarding world went. Enlightening, Harry replied. I hadn't realized quite how much attention the boy who lived would generate. Remus nodded sympathetically. You've managed to avoid most of it today with your low profile, but Hogwarts will be different. Are you prepared for that? Harry considered the question seriously. As prepared as I can be. Though I suspect some aspects will still surprise me. They stopped at Fortescue's for ice cream, settling at an outdoor table where Remus cast a subtle privacy charm around them. As Harry described his Gringotts revelations, the werewolf listened with growing concern. I hadn't realized your dual bonding would register so clearly to the goblins, Remus admitted. This may complicate matters at school. If magical creatures can sense your unusual nature so readily, then wizards might eventually perceive it too, Harry finished. I know. But hiding it completely isn't practical long-term. Remus studied his former student thoughtfully. You've grown into your abilities remarkably well, Harry. But Hogwarts presents new challenges, social as much as magical. Have you considered which house you might prefer? Harry had indeed considered this question extensively. Each has advantages. Gryffindor would be expected, given my parents. Ravenclaw would provide academic freedom for research. Hufflepuff offers loyalty and fewer expectations. Slytherin. He paused. Slytherin would help me understand aspects of magic others fear to explore. Remus's eyebrows rose. An unusually balanced assessment. Most students have a strong preference. Harry shrugged. Balance is essential to who I am now. As they finished their ice cream, Remus offered one last piece of advice. Whatever house you find yourself in, remember that Hogwarts can provide true friendship if you allow yourself to be not just Harry Potter, extraordinary wizard, but also just Harry, an 11-year-old boy experiencing magic's wonders for the first time. Harry nodded, touched by Remus's concern for his social development. I'll try. Though I suspect, just Harry stopped being an option the night Voldemort gave me this scar. Remus didn't argue the point. Instead, he squeezed Harry's shoulder affectionately. Write to me after the sorting. I'm curious where you'll end up. Of course, Harry promised. As they parted ways, Harry felt a curious mixture of anticipation and apprehension about the coming school year. For 7 years, his world had consisted primarily of the Dursleys' home, his forest sanctuary, and his immortal companions. Hogwarts would expand that world exponentially, bringing new allies, adversaries, and complications. The castle approaches, Nidhogg murmured within his mind. Ancient stones that have witnessed centuries of magic. It will recognize what we are, young master. And it will welcome us, Solaris added with certainty. For Hogwarts herself understands balance better than those who dwell within her walls. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with activity as Harry slipped through the barrier, trunk floating discreetly behind him with a featherlight charm. He'd arrived deliberately early to avoid the worst crowds, hoping to secure a compartment before the platform filled with families who might recognize the boy who lived. His snowy owl, whom he'd named Hedwig after a healer mentioned in one of his history books, hooted softly from her cage. Harry had explained his unusual companions to her, and the intelligent bird seemed to understand she would be sharing her master with 2 powerful magical beings. Many old families arrive early as well, Nidhogg observed as Harry navigated the platform. Noticed the Malfoy heir with his father by the train's end. Harry glanced discreetly toward a tall man with platinum blonde hair speaking sternly to a boy approximately Harry's age. The family's magical signature carried distinctive patterns that Nidhogg identified as dark-aligned but not corrupted. Potential allies or enemies depending on first impressions, the Basilisk continued. Their family has historically valued power over ideology, despite public positions. Harry nodded imperceptibly, filing away this information as he boarded the train. He found an empty compartment near the middle and settled in, arranging his trunk in the overhead rack. Once seated, he removed one of his advanced magical theory books and began reading, allowing Hedwig out of her cage to perch on the seat beside him. The piece lasted approximately 20 minutes before his compartment door slid open. A girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth peered in, already dressed in her Hogwarts robes. "Excuse me, have you seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one," she asked briskly. Harry marked his place in the book. "I haven't, but I could help find it if you'd like." The girl's eyes widened with interest as she noticed his book title. Advanced Magical Theory. That's not on the first-year reading list. She extended her hand formally. "I'm Hermione Granger." "Harry Potter," he replied, accepting the handshake. Hermione gasped. "Are you really? I know all about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Eager. Knowledge-focused. Insecure beneath the confidence, Solaris assessed. But genuine, Nidhogg added. No deception in her manner." Harry smiled slightly. I doubt those books tell the full story. Most were written without consulting me, after all. Hermione blinked, processing this perspective she clearly hadn't considered. That's actually a very good point. History is written by observers, not always participants. She gestured to his book. Is that why you're reading advanced material? To understand magic beyond the textbooks? Something like that, Harry acknowledged, appreciating her quick adjustment. About that toad, I might be able to locate it more efficiently than searching compartment by compartment. Really? How? Harry didn't answer directly. Instead, he closed his eyes briefly, extending his awareness through the train. Solaris's life-sensing abilities helped him identify every living creature nearby, distinguishing species by their magical signatures. Third compartment from the front, under the left side bench, he said, opening his eyes. It's wedged behind a heating grate. Hermione stared at him. How could you possibly know that? Harry offered a small smile. Magic works in many ways beyond what's taught in classrooms. Would you like to come with me to retrieve it? Together they made their way forward, finding a round-faced, anxious-looking boy searching the corridor. Neville. Hermione called. This is Harry. He thinks he knows where your toad is. Neville Longbottom turned, hope and skepticism warring on his face. Really? How? Call it a hunch, Harry replied gently. Let's check the third compartment. Sure enough, Trevor was exactly where Harry had sensed him. As Neville gratefully reclaimed his pet, his eyes widened with recognition. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? Harry nodded, bracing for the usual reaction to his fame. Instead, Neville straightened his posture slightly. My grands told me about you. Our parents were friends, I think. This caught Harry by surprise. Remus had mentioned the Longbottoms, but not that they were close to his parents. I didn't know that. Would you like to join us in my compartment? You too, Hermione. As the train pulled away from the station, Harry found himself engaged in conversation with his first potential friends his own age. Hermione proved knowledgeable about magical theory despite her Muggle background, while Neville, once relaxed, displayed impressive understanding of magical plants and their properties. My specialty is herbology, Neville admitted shyly when Harry complimented his knowledge. Not very exciting compared to defense or charms. On the contrary, Harry countered. Plants are the foundation of healing magic, potions, and many protective wards. Some of the most powerful magic comes from understanding life cycles in nature. Neville's expression brightened at this perspective, while Hermione watched their interaction with keen interest. You have an unusual way of looking at magic, Harry, she observed. Was your family particularly focused on magical theory? Harry hesitated, unsure how much to reveal about his unusual education. Before he could decide, the compartment door slid open again, revealing the blond boy he'd noticed on the platform, flanked by two larger boys. They're saying Harry Potter is in this compartment, the boy announced, his gaze settling on Harry with calculation. Is it you, then? It is, Harry confirmed calmly. And you are? Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. The boy extended his hand. You'll find some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. I can help you there. Political maneuvering, Nidhogg assessed. Testing where you stand in the coming power structure. Yet not inherently malicious, Solaris added. Young and mimicking his father's approach. Harry considered the offered hand thoughtfully. Rejecting it outright would create an unnecessary enemy, but accepting without qualification might alienate Neville and Hermione. Balance, as always, was key. I appreciate the offer, Draco, Harry said, accepting the handshake briefly. Though I prefer to make my own assessments of people based on their actions rather than their family names. My compartment's a bit full now, but perhaps we can continue this conversation at school. Draco looked momentarily wrong-footed by the diplomatic response, neither acceptance nor rejection, before recovering his composure. Of course. We'll have 7 years to determine where our interests align. His gaze flicked dismissively over Neville and Hermione before he withdrew with his companions. That was well handled, Hermione said once they'd gone. His father is Lucius Malfoy, isn't he? I read he was accused of supporting you-know-who but claimed to be under the Imperius curse. Harry nodded. The wizarding world isn't divided neatly into good people and Death Eaters. There are complex political and magical philosophies at play. Neville's eyes widened at Harry's mature perspective. Gran always says the same thing, but most kids our age just follow their parents' views. I've had an unusual upbringing, Harry admitted. Before they could question this statement, the compartment door opened once more. This time, it revealed an older student with red hair and a prefect badge. Just checking if you first years need anything, he said officiously. I'm Percy Weasley, Gryffindor prefect. We're fine, thank you, Harry replied politely. Percy nodded, then did a double take as he noticed Harry's scar. Potter? Harry Potter? Yes, Harry confirmed, growing slightly weary of the recognition. Percy straightened even further. Well, if you need any assistance navigating Hogwarts, you can always ask me. Particularly if you end up in Gryffindor, like your parents. Best house, really. After Percy left, Hermione turned to Harry eagerly. Do you know which house you'll be in? I've been reading about them, and Gryffindor sounds by far the best. Dumbledore himself was in it. But Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad, I suppose. Harry shrugged. Each house has its merits. The Sorting Hat will decide based on our core qualities. My whole family's been in Gryffindor, Neville said nervously. I'm afraid I'll end up somewhere else and disappoint Gran. Any house would be lucky to have you, Neville, Harry said kindly. Your loyalty would make Hufflepuff proud, your plant knowledge would benefit Ravenclaw, and it takes courage to persevere when you're unsure of yourself, a very Gryffindor quality. Neville blushed at the assessment but sat a little straighter. As the journey continued, Harry found himself enjoying the simple pleasure of conversation with peers. Though his connection to Solaris and Nidhogg had provided wisdom beyond his years, something about these normal interactions fulfilled a different need, the need for human connection his extraordinary powers couldn't satisfy. When the train finally slowed as they approached Hogsmeade Station, Harry felt a curious sensation through his bond with Nidhogg. The Basilisk's consciousness stirred with recognition, as if sensing something familiar. Beneath the castle, Nidhogg whispered in Harry's mind. One of my kind sleeps in ancient chambers. Dormant but aware. Waiting. Harry tensed imperceptibly. Salazar's basilisk. The Chamber of Secrets is real. Very real, Nidhogg confirmed. And its guardian will sense me as I sense it. Our arrival will not go unnoticed in the depths. This revelation added complexity to Harry's already complicated arrival at Hogwarts. Not only would he need to navigate social dynamics and conceal the full extent of his abilities, but now he needed to consider the implications of Nidhogg's connection to another basilisk hidden within the school. We will investigate when the time is right, Harry decided as the train came to a complete stop. First, we establish our place here. Wise, young master, his companions agreed. Leaving the train, Harry followed Hagrid's booming call for first years. The half-giant did a double-take when he spotted Harry, his beetle-black eyes crinkling with emotion. Harry. Last time I saw ya, you was just a baby. Ya look like your dad, but with your mum's eyes. Harry smiled genuinely at the groundskeeper. It's nice to meet you properly, Hagrid. Remus has told me about you. Remus? Lupin. Hagrid looked surprised. Didn't know ya knew him already. He's been teaching me about the wizarding world, Harry explained, aware of curious ears listening nearby. Hagrid nodded thoughtfully before ushering the first years toward the boats. As they rounded a bend in the path, Hogwarts came into view for the first time, its countless windows glittering with light against the night sky. Harry felt both Solaris and Nidhogg stir within him at the sight. The castle's ancient magic called to them, layers of protection, knowledge, and power accumulated over a millennium. But more than that, Harry himself felt a profound sense of homecoming. After years of preparation, he had arrived where he belonged. As their boat glided across the Black Lake, Hermione whispered excitedly about the castle's architectural features and magical protections she'd read about in Hogwarts, a history. Neville gazed up at the towering structure with awe and trepidation. Harry, however, was distracted by a new sensation. "The castle recognizes us," Solaris communicated. "It's adjusting its magic to accommodate our presence." Harry felt it too, a subtle realignment in the ancient wards, like locks reconfiguring to accept a new key. Hogwarts itself was responding to the unprecedented combination of wizard, phoenix, and basilisk entering its domain. When they reached the underground harbor, Hagrid led them up stone steps to an enormous oak door, which opened to reveal Professor McGonagall waiting to greet them. "The Fur's years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." McGonagall led them across the flagged stone floor, her emerald robe swishing with each precise step. Harry noticed her gaze lingering on him momentarily, assessing. She guided them into a small antechamber off the Great Hall and delivered a crisp speech about the 4 houses and the upcoming sorting ceremony. As excited whispers broke out about how exactly they would be sorted, Harry remained calm. Remus had explained the sorting hat years ago, though he'd been deliberately vague about its methods, wanting Harry to experience some aspects of Hogwarts with the same wonder as his classmates. When McGonagall departed momentarily, several ghosts drifted through the wall, startling many first years. Harry watched with interest as the pearlescent figures debated Peeves the poltergeist before noticing the new students. The ghost in ruffs introduced as nearly headless Nick paused mid-greeting when his gaze fell on Harry. "Extraordinary," the ghost murmured, drifting closer. "Young sir, your aura." Before Nick could continue, McGonagall returned, shooing the ghosts away and organizing the first years into a line. Harry noted the ghost's reaction with concern, another magical entity that could perceive his unusual nature. The Great Hall exceeded even Remus's descriptions. Thousands of candles floated above 4 long tables where students sat beneath banners of their houses. At the front, the high table accommodated the staff, with Albus Dumbledore at its center, his silver beard gleaming in the candlelight. Above it all, the enchanted ceiling displayed a perfect replica of the night sky. Harry felt hundreds of eyes upon him as the first years proceeded up the center aisle. Some stared at all the new students, but many seemed to be searching specifically for him, the famous Harry Potter. He maintained his composure, though he felt Solaris's warmth increase slightly in response to his discomfort. McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool before them, topped with a patched, frayed wizard's hat. After the hat sang its song describing the 4 houses, the sorting began alphabetically. Harry watched with interest as his new acquaintances were sorted. Hermione went to Gryffindor after nearly a minute under the hat. Neville, too, joined Gryffindor after what appeared to be significant deliberation. Draco Malfoy was immediately placed in Slytherin, as he had clearly expected. When McGonagall called Potter, Harry, the hall fell silent, then erupted in whispers. Harry walked forward with measured steps, feeling the weight of expectation as he sat on the stool. The last thing he saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the great hall full of people craning for a better look at him. "Well, well, well," said a small voice in his ear. "What have we here? Oh my! Oh my!" The hat's surprise was palpable even in its whispered voice. "In 1,000 years of sorting, I have never encountered anything like you, Mr. Potter. A triple essence where there should be one. The boy wizard, the phoenix of light, and, is that truly a basilisk? Extraordinary. Salazar himself would be fascinated. It perceives us fully," Nidhogg noted with interest. "As it must, to sort us properly," Solaris added. "Indeed I do perceive you all," the hat responded to the internal dialogue. "And what a challenge you present. The bravery of Gryffindor, certainly. The intellect for Ravenclaw, without doubt. Loyalty and hard work for Hufflepuff. And such ambition and resourcefulness for Slytherin. The hat fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating. Your phoenix aspect pulls toward Gryffindor, while your basilisk nature leans toward Slytherin. The boy himself straddles all four houses equally. How am I to choose? Harry considered carefully before responding mentally. Where would I grow most effectively? Where would balance be best maintained? A mature question, the hat approved. You seek not where you'd be most comfortable, but where you'd develop most completely. In that case. Harry waited, aware that his sorting was taking significantly longer than others. I believe you would benefit most from Slytherin, the hat shouted the last word to the hall. The silence that greeted this announcement was profound. For a moment, not a single person in the great hall made a sound. Then, the Slytherin table began to applaud, first tentatively, then with growing enthusiasm. As Harry removed the hat and handed it back to a clearly surprised McGonagall, he noted the varied reactions across the hall. The Gryffindors looked stunned or disappointed. The Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws seemed confused. At the high table, Dumbledore's expression remained serene, though his eyes had lost their usual twinkle. Beside him, a hook-nosed professor with greasy black hair, Snape, Harry presumed, looked utterly thunderstruck. Harry walked calmly to the Slytherin table, where Draco Malfoy had eagerly made space beside him. As Harry sat, he caught Hermione's eye across the hall. She offered a small, uncertain smile, which he returned gratefully. I knew you'd recognize the right sort, Draco said confidently, though Harry detected genuine relief in his tone. Father will be pleased. The hat makes its own decisions, Harry replied diplomatically. Each house has valuable qualities to offer. A ghost covered in silver bloodstains, the Bloody Baron, drifted near, studying Harry with unnervingly intense eyes. The hat chose correctly, the Baron stated in a hollow voice. You carry ancient magic, boy. Salazar would approve. This pronouncement caused nearby students to eye Harry with renewed interest. Further conversation was prevented by the continuation of the sorting, which concluded with Zabini, Blaise, joining Slytherin. Dumbledore rose to deliver his welcome speech, which consisted primarily of apparently nonsensical words before he clapped his hands and filled their plates with food. As students began eating enthusiastically, Harry felt the weight of observation from multiple directions. Potter, a tall, dark-skinned boy addressed him from across the table. Adrian Pusey, 3rd year. Everyone expected you'd go to Gryffindor like your parents. Care to explain the surprise? Several nearby Slytherins leaned in, equally curious about the answer. Harry met Pusey's gaze steadily. The hat considers our full potential, not just our heritage. It felt I would develop best here. Develop what, exactly? A girl with an upturned nose asked skeptically. Before Harry could answer, a cold voice interrupted from behind him. Perhaps Mr. Potter believes his celebrity status entitles him to special consideration in all matters. Harry turned to find Professor Snape standing there, dark eyes glittering with barely contained emotion. Up close, the man's magical signature revealed deep complexity, profound grief, bitterness, and regret layered beneath a carefully constructed shell of indifference. Not at all, Professor, Harry responded respectfully. I believe each person should be judged on their own merits rather than preconceptions. Snape's eyes narrowed fractionally. We shall see if your performance matches your philosophical outlook, Mr. Potter. I expect exemplary behavior from members of my house. Of course, sir, Harry replied evenly. Snape lingered a moment longer, his expression unreadable, before continuing down the table to address another student. Harry turned back to find his housemates watching the interaction with interest. Snape never gives special treatment, even to Slytherins, an older girl with a prefect badge explained. I'm Gemma Farley. Welcome to Slytherin, Potter. You've certainly made things interesting already. The feast continued with Harry fielding careful questions from his new housemates. He revealed selected details about his upbringing, living with Muggle relatives but receiving magical education from a tutor, while avoiding specifics about his true abilities. By dessert, he'd established himself as neither arrogant nor naive, earning cautious acceptance if not yet trust. Throughout the meal, Harry remained aware of Nidhogg's continued sense of connection to the other basilisk far below. The creature stirred restlessly in its slumber, sensing a kindred presence but unable to locate it precisely. "It will eventually pinpoint our location," Nidhogg warned. "When it does, it may attempt communication." "Can it be dangerous to the students?" Harry asked mentally. "Only if commanded to be so by one it recognizes as heir to Slytherin," Nidhogg explained. "It is bound by ancient magic to obey the bloodline." This information troubled Harry. If Salazar's monster could indeed be controlled by an heir, that presented potential danger should such an heir exist and harbor ill intentions. After the feast concluded and Dumbledore delivered announcements, including a curious warning about the third-floor corridor, Prefect Farley led the Slytherin first-years down to the dungeons. The common room entrance was concealed behind a stone wall, accessible only by password, aspiration, for this term. The Slytherin common room impressed even Harry, who had seen magical spaces before. Long, low-ceilinged, and dungeon-like, it featured greenish light from lamps and a large window that looked out into the depths of the lake. Elegant leather sofas and carved chairs clustered around a grand fireplace adorned with intricate serpentine designs. "Girls' dormitories to the left, boys to the right," Farley explained. "First years get the rooms closest to the common room. Breakfast begins at 7:30, and Professor Snape will distribute schedules tomorrow morning." As the first years dispersed to their dormitories, Harry found himself sharing a room with Draco Malfoy, Blaise Zabini, Theodore Nott, and Vincent Crabbe. 5 four-poster beds with silver and green hangings were arranged around a central heating brazier, their trunks already placed at the foot of each. Harry claimed the bed nearest the window overlooking the lake, feeling more comfortable with water between him and potential intrusion. As he began unpacking essentials, he noticed Draco watching him with undisguised curiosity. "So, Potter," Draco began, affecting casual interest, "who was this tutor that prepared you for Hogwarts? Anyone my father would know?" Harry considered his response carefully. "Remus Lupin. He was friends with my father at school." Theodore Nott's head snapped up. "Lupin? Isn't he a werewolf?" Harry stilled, surprised by Nott's knowledge. "How did you know that?" Nott shrugged. "My father keeps records on potentially dangerous half-breeds. Part of his ministry work." "Professor Lupin is an excellent teacher," Harry replied evenly. "His condition doesn't define him." An awkward silence followed this statement, broken only when Blaise Zabini chuckled softly. "First night, and Potter's already challenging pure-blood dogma. This should be an interesting 7 years." Draco frowned, clearly uncertain how to respond. His upbringing likely included strong prejudice against werewolves, but directly antagonizing Harry Potter on their first night seemed strategically unwise. "Well," he said finally, "I suppose results matter more than methods. What sort of magic did he teach you?" "Theory, primarily," Harry replied, deliberately vague. "And wizarding culture, history, that sort of thing." As the boys prepared for bed, conversation drifted to more neutral topics: Quidditch teams, expectations for classes, and speculation about their fellow first-years. Harry participated enough to seem sociable while revealing little of substance. When the dormitory finally quieted, Harry drew his bed curtains and cast a subtle privacy charm, one of the first Remus had taught him, anticipating Harry might need solitude at Hogwarts. With the charm in place, he could finally commune openly with his companions. Solaris materialized in miniature form, perching on Harry's pillow while Nidhogg emerged from shadow to coil at the foot of the bed. Both creatures had reduced their size to accommodate the limited space. "What do you think?" Harry whispered, though the charm ensured they wouldn't be overheard. "Slytherin offers both opportunity and challenge," Solaris assessed. "Your housemates value power and self-preservation, which grants you freedom to develop without excessive scrutiny, provided you demonstrate strength. Yet their political alignments may create complications when Voldemort eventually returns, Nidhogg added. Many have parents connected to his previous rise. Harry nodded thoughtfully. And Dumbledore's reaction? He seemed accepting. The Old One plays multiple games simultaneously, Nidhogg observed. Your sorting changes his strategies but not his ultimate goals for you. He will watch more carefully now, Solaris warned. Especially through Snape, who clearly harbors complex feelings about your presence in his house. I noticed, Harry murmured. There's history there beyond simple dislike. Something personal connected to my parents. Indeed. His magical signature reveals deep wounds, Solaris confirmed. Approach with caution but without hostility. Harry leaned back against his pillows, processing his first day in the wizarding world. And the basilisk below? What should we do about that? We must investigate, but cautiously, Nidhogg replied. Its presence has remained secret for centuries for a reason. If Salazar's chamber truly exists, it may contain knowledge beyond what the school currently teaches. Yet awakening the Guardian could create danger if mishandled, Solaris cautioned. Balance, as always, must guide our actions. Harry nodded, determination settling within him. Tomorrow we begin classes and establish our public persona. We'll explore the chamber once we understand the castle's rhythms better. As his companions merged back into his magical core, Harry extinguished the light and gazed out the underwater window beside his bed. Green-tinted moonlight filtered through the lake's depths, casting ethereal patterns across the dormitory floor. His first night at Hogwarts had already upended expectations, both his own and others. The boy who lived, sorted into Slytherin. The child of Gryffindor heroes, now sleeping in the dungeons. A wizard bonded to both Phoenix and Basilisk, walking undetected among children whose greatest magical achievement was making a feather float. Harry smiled slightly in the darkness. 7 years stretched before him, years to learn, grow, and prepare for the inevitable confrontation with Voldemort that prophecy demanded. But for tonight, he allowed himself to simply appreciate having reached this milestone. Hogwarts had welcomed him home, regardless of which house banner hung above his bed. Harry's first week at Hogwarts established several patterns. In class, he deliberately performed at an advanced but not extraordinary level, mastering spells quickly but not instantaneously, answering questions correctly but not exhaustively. This measured approach minimized unwanted attention while still earning house points and respect from professors. His housemates observed him with calculated interest, particularly after Professor Flitwick squeaked in excitement when reading Harry's name during their first charms class, and Professor McGonagall gave him a rare nod of approval when he transfigured his match into a needle on his first attempt. Even Snape, who had approached their first potions class with obvious bias, found little to criticize in Harry's careful brewing technique. It appears fame isn't everything, the potions master had remarked snidely when Harry produced a perfect boil-cure potion. Though perhaps you inherited your mother's aptitude rather than your father's, enthusiasm for shortcuts. The ambiguous reference to his parents caught Harry's attention, confirming his suspicion that Snape's attitude stemmed from personal history rather than mere prejudice against the boy who lived. Socially, Harry maintained careful balance, friendly with fellow Slytherins without embracing their more problematic views, respectful to students from other houses without seeking close connections that might alienate his housemates. The exception was Hermione Granger, whom Harry deliberately partnered with during their shared potions class, ignoring Draco's raised eyebrow. House rivalries shouldn't interfere with academics, Harry had explained simply when questioned later. Granger is intelligent and precise with ingredients. It was a practical choice. This pragmatic explanation satisfied most Slytherins, who valued results over tradition when properly framed. By week's end, Harry had established himself as neither a blood purist nor a Gryffindor sympathizer, but rather a Slytherin who made strategic choices based on his own judgment, a position that earned reluctant respect. Throughout this careful social navigation, Harry remained aware of Nidhogg's growing connection to the basilisk beneath the school. The ancient creature's consciousness stirred more frequently now, sensing kindred magic but confused by its inability to locate the source. Harry knew they would need to address this situation soon, before the basilisk became agitated enough to seek them out more actively. On Friday evening, Harry took advantage of free time before curfew to explore the castle alone. His enhanced senses, combined with Nidhogg's innate understanding of serpentine magic, helped him identify the residual traces of Parseltongue enchantments throughout the lower levels. Salazar left many hidden pathways, Nidhogg observed as Harry paused before an unremarkable stone wall that radiated subtle magical signatures. This one leads toward the chamber, though not directly to it. Harry glanced around to ensure he was unobserved before placing his palm against the cool stone. Open, he whispered in Parseltongue, a language Nidhogg had taught him years ago. The wall shimmered and revealed a narrow passage that hadn't been visible moments before. Harry slipped inside, allowing the entrance to seal behind him. Lighting his wand with a silent lumos, he proceeded cautiously down the sloping corridor. "We are beneath the main dungeons now," Solaris noted as they descended. "Few have walked these passages in centuries." The air grew damper as Harry continued, the walls occasionally adorned with serpentine carvings that seemed to watch his progress. Finally, the passage opened into a small circular chamber featuring a central pillar carved with intertwining snakes. Not the chamber itself, Nidhogg clarified, but an antechamber. One of several access points Salazar created. Harry approached the pillar, studying the intricate carvings. When he placed his hand on the central snake's head, he felt a pulse of magic in response. "I seek the Chamber of Secrets," Harry hissed in Parseltongue. The stone serpents began to move, slithering around the pillar until they formed a new pattern pointing toward a previously blank wall, which now revealed another passage. Harry proceeded through this new opening, descending deeper beneath the castle. The passage eventually terminated at a solid wall carved with two entwined serpents with emerald eyes. "Open," Harry commanded again in Parseltongue. The serpents parted as the wall cracked open, revealing the legendary Chamber of Secrets beyond. Harry stepped through cautiously, wand raised to illuminate the vast space. The chamber extended before him like a cathedral, high stone pillars entwined with carved serpents rose to support a ceiling lost in darkness. Greenish light from unknown sources cast eerie shadows across the smooth stone floor. At the far end stood a monumental statue of Salazar Slytherin, his ancient, monkey-like face gazing sternly across the chamber. "The Guardian sleeps within the statue," Nidhogg informed Harry. "It senses us now, more clearly than before." Harry approached the statue slowly, feeling the stirring of the ancient basilisk within. As he reached the stone feet, he considered his next move carefully. "We must establish dominance immediately," Nidhogg advised. "The creature has been dormant for centuries, awaiting commands from one it recognizes as master. Yet we must also offer respect," Solaris added. "It is not an enemy but a potential ally, if approached correctly." Harry nodded, coming to a decision. "Greatest of Hogwarts 4, reveal your guardian that I may speak with it," he called in Parseltongue, directing his words to the statue. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a grinding of stone, the statue's mouth began to open. Harry closed his eyes immediately, aware of the basilisk's lethal gaze. "Allow me to shield you," Solaris offered, channeling Phoenix magic to protect Harry's vision. "With my essence merged with yours, you can look upon it safely." Harry felt warmth spread through his optic nerves as Solaris's magic modified his sight. When he opened his eyes, he could perceive the massive serpent emerging from Slytherin's stone mouth, but its deadly gaze was filtered through a golden haze that neutralized its effect. The basilisk was enormous, at least 60 feet long, with poisonous green scales and a crown-like crest. Its yellow eyes fixed on Harry with ancient intelligence as it slithered down to the chamber floor. "Who awakens me?" the basilisk demanded in Parseltongue, its voice a dry, rasping sound that echoed through the chamber. "You carry the scent of my kind, yet you are human. What trickery is this?" Harry stood his ground, meeting the creature's gaze steadily. "I am Harry Potter, bonded with Nidhogg, ancient basilisk of the northern woods. I come with respect to the guardian of Slytherin's chamber. The basilisk reared back in surprise. Bonded? Impossible. No human has ever bonded with one of my kind. Show it, Nidhogg suggested. Harry nodded, allowing Nidhogg to partially manifest, not physically separating from Harry, but rather extending his magical essence visibly. A spectral basilisk head formed beside Harry's, smaller than the chamber guardian but unmistakably the same species. "Greetings, cousin," Nidhogg hissed. "I have joined with this young wizard in unprecedented bond. He is worthy of your respect." The chamber basilisk lowered its massive head, studying the phenomenon with obvious astonishment. Two souls in one form. And it paused, sensing further. A third presence. Something of light and fire. Solaris manifested partially as well, a ghostly phoenix shape materializing on Harry's opposite side. The basilisk recoiled slightly at the sight. Light and dark, creation and destruction, in perfect balance, Harry explained. "I am neither heir of Slytherin by blood nor enemy of his legacy. I seek knowledge and understanding of this chamber and its purpose." The basilisk considered this extraordinary situation, its ancient mind processing implications beyond normal wizarding comprehension. Finally, it lowered its body to the chamber floor in a gesture of acceptance. "I am Satharath, created by Salazar Slytherin to protect the school from those who would destroy magical learning. For centuries I have slept, awakening only when called by those of his blood or magic. You are neither, yet both, a paradox I cannot ignore." Harry bowed respectfully. "What is your true purpose here, Satharath?" "The legends speak only of a monster set to purge the school of those Slytherin deemed unworthy." The basilisk made a sound like dry laughter. "Legends simplify. Salazar opposed admitting those born to non-magical families not from hatred, but fear of persecution in an age when witches burned. This chamber was created as sanctuary and last defense should the castle fall to those who would destroy all magical kind. Not as a weapon against students." Harry pressed. "I was meant to protect magical learning itself," Satharath responded. "Though heirs who followed twisted Salazar's intent. The last who came spoke of purging impure blood, a corruption of my creator's purpose. The last heir was Voldemort," Solaris realized. "Tom Riddle, when he opened the chamber 50 years ago." Harry nodded, pieces connecting. "Satharath, when did you last awaken before today?" 5 decades past. A boy who carried Slytherin's blood commanded me to hunt. One died before I recognized the perversion of my purpose and returned to slumber, resisting further calls." This revelation surprised Harry. The basilisk had resisted Riddle's commands after the first death, moaning Myrtle, presumably, suggesting a level of autonomy beyond a simple monster. "And now?" Harry asked. "What do you wish after centuries of isolation?" Satharath's massive head tilted thoughtfully. "You offer me choice, young speaker with 2 souls. Interesting. I have guarded secrets long forgotten by wizard kind. Perhaps it is time some were remembered." The basilisk slithered toward the far wall of the chamber, indicating Harry should follow. Behind Slytherin's statue, concealed in shadow, stood an archway Harry hadn't noticed before. At Satharath's hissed command, the arch illuminated, revealing a hidden library beyond. "Salazar's true legacy," Satharath explained. "Knowledge he feared would be destroyed by those who misunderstood it. Magic of all kinds, light and dark, creation and protection. Like you, he sought balance, though history remembers only his caution against the non-magical." Harry stepped through the arch in amazement. Shelves lined the walls, filled with ancient tomes and scrolls preserved by powerful magic. At the center stood a pedestal holding a journal bound in basilisk hide. "His personal grimoire," Satharath indicated. "For one who balances opposing forces as you do, it may prove valuable." Harry approached the pedestal reverently. "May I?" "You have earned the right by your nature," the basilisk confirmed. Though many of these works should remain here, protected from those who would misuse them. Harry nodded in agreement. I'll study here rather than removing them. This place should remain secret for now. A wise decision, Solaris approved. Some knowledge requires maturity to wield properly. And secrecy serves our purposes, Nidhogg added pragmatically. A sanctuary unknown to others provides strategic advantage. Harry spent the next hour examining Slytherin's journal, finding it written in a mixture of ancient languages and Parseltongue script. With Nidhogg's assistance, he could decipher portions describing magical theory far beyond current wizarding understanding, concepts that bridged light and dark magic in ways modern practitioners would find revolutionary or heretical. I'll need time to study this properly, Harry finally said, carefully returning the journal to its pedestal. Sathorath, would you permit me to visit regularly to learn from these works? The basilisk inclined its massive head. You are welcome, balanced one. Your presence ends centuries of isolation, and your unusual nature intrigues me. Perhaps in exchange for access to this knowledge, you might occasionally bring news of the world above. Much has changed since I last regularly interacted with wizardkind. Harry smiled at the unexpectedly reasonable request. I'd be happy to. And perhaps you could share your memories of Hogwarts' early days. Historical accounts are often incomplete. Thus began an unlikely partnership between boy and basilisk. Harry promised to return soon and bid Sathorath farewell, making his way back through the hidden passages toward the Slytherin dormitory. His mind raced with implications of what he'd discovered, not just the historical revelations about Salazar Slytherin's true intentions, but the magical knowledge preserved in that hidden library. As he emerged from the secret passage near the dungeons, a voice startled him. Out for an evening stroll, Potter? Harry turned to find Professor Snape watching him with narrowed eyes, arms folded across his chest. Just exploring the castle, Professor, Harry replied calmly, though internally he verified his magical signature was properly masked and no traces of the chamber lingered on him. Exploring, Snape repeated skeptically. 5 points from Slytherin for wandering into restricted areas. The lower dungeons are off-limits to students for good reason. Harry accepted the punishment without protest, noting that Snape had taken minimal points despite his obvious suspicion. It won't happen again, sir. See that it doesn't. Snape studied him intently. Your curiosity seems remarkably similar to another trait I recall all too well. The oblique reference to Harry's father hung between them, another piece of the puzzle regarding Snape's complicated feelings. I'm still learning where boundaries lie, Professor, Harry offered diplomatically. I appreciate the guidance. Something flickered across Snape's face, surprise at the lack of defiance, perhaps. Return to the common room. Curfew approaches. As Harry walked away, he felt Snape's gaze following him, calculating and reassessing. The potions master clearly sensed something unusual about Harry but couldn't identify precisely what. This tenuous dynamic would require careful management throughout the school year. Back in the Slytherin common room, Harry found most of his housemates engaged in typical Friday evening activities, homework, wizard chess, and social maneuvering disguised as casual conversation. Draco Malfoy waved him over to a group of first-years gathered near the fireplace. Potter. We were just discussing flying lessons next week, Draco announced. Have you much experience on a broom? Harry joined them, deliberately adopting a more relaxed demeanor than he displayed in his confrontation with Sathorath minutes earlier. The contrast between his secret activities and these mundane social interactions struck him as almost comical. I've had limited opportunities, Harry replied truthfully. My Muggle neighborhood didn't exactly accommodate magical transportation. Draco looked horrified at the thought of growing up without Quidditch. That's practically criminal. Father says I was flying before I could walk properly. You'll need to give Potter some pointers then, Blaise Zabini suggested with a sly smile. Can't have a Slytherin embarrassing the house during flying lessons, especially with the Gryffindors watching. The conversation devolved into Quidditch talk and house rivalry, normal concerns of 11-year-olds that seemed almost trivial after communing with a 1,000-year-old basilisk. Yet Harry participated willingly, recognizing the importance of these social bonds. Balance required him to be both the extraordinary master of life and death and an ordinary first-year student forming friendships. Later that night, as his dorm mates slept, Harry reflected on his extraordinary first week at Hogwarts. He had established his public identity as a talented but not suspicious student, found an unexpected ally in Solaris, and discovered a treasure trove of forgotten magical knowledge. Classes had proven manageable, his housemates were gradually accepting him, and his plans for navigating the complexities of Hogwarts were proceeding smoothly. Yet challenges loomed on the horizon. Professor Quirrell, with his suspicious stutter and turban, warranted careful observation given Remus's warning about Albania. Dumbledore watched from a distance, seemingly content to let Harry's Slytherin placement play out but undoubtedly forming new strategies for the boy who lived. And somewhere in the castle, the object hidden in the third-floor corridor attracted unusual security measures for a school, another mystery requiring investigation. "Rest now, young master," Solaris counseled as Harry's thoughts circled these problems. "Balance requires physical well-being as well as magical and intellectual development. Tomorrow brings new opportunities," Nidhogg added pragmatically. "The chamber's secrets have waited centuries, they will remain for you to explore at proper pace." Harry nodded, allowing his companion's wisdom to guide him toward sleep. As consciousness faded, he felt Hogwarts itself around him, ancient stones humming with magic that recognized and welcomed the unprecedented combination of wizard, phoenix, and basilisk now dwelling within its walls. For the first time since the fateful night in the woods 7 years ago, Harry felt truly at home. By October, Harry had established regular patterns at Hogwarts. To his classmates and professors, he appeared a model student, talented but not suspiciously so, sociable but selectively private, and adaptable to Slytherin's political dynamics without embracing their more problematic aspects. Beneath this carefully cultivated persona, Harry pursued his true education through 3 parallel tracks: standard Hogwarts curriculum during day classes, advanced magical theory during evening study sessions with selected classmates, and ancient magic in private visits to the Chamber of Secrets twice weekly. These visits to Solaris and Slytherin's hidden library proved most valuable. Harry discovered that many so-called dark spells originally served protective purposes before being corrupted by later practitioners. Similarly, light magic could cause harm when wielded without proper understanding of consequences. This perspective aligned perfectly with the balance Solaris and Nidhogg had taught him. Magic itself was neutral, intent and application determined its nature. On Halloween morning, Harry woke with an unusual heaviness in his chest. Though he had known intellectually that this date marked his parents' murder, experiencing it within the wizarding world where others remembered too made the anniversary more poignant. "You're quieter than usual today, Potter," Theodore Nott observed as they prepared for morning classes. Among his dorm mates, Nott had proven most perceptive, less openly ambitious than Draco but more observant of subtle details. "Just thinking," Harry replied noncommittally. Draco looked up from polishing his wand. "About what?" "You've had that serious expression all morning." Harry hesitated, then decided a partial truth might serve better than evasion. "It's Halloween." For a moment, his dorm mates looked confused. Then understanding dawned on their faces as they realized the significance. "Oh," Draco said awkwardly. "Your parents." Harry nodded once, neither inviting nor rejecting sympathy. His relationships within Slytherin remained carefully calibrated, friendly without vulnerability, respectful without subservience. "I'm going to visit the Olary before breakfast," Harry announced, gathering his books. "I'll see you in charms." The walk through the castle provided welcome solitude. Hedwig greeted him with an affectionate nip when he reached the Olary, seeming to sense his mood. Harry stroked her feathers, drawing comfort from the connection. "Today's difficult," he admitted quietly. Within his consciousness, both Solaris and Nidhogg offered wordless support, their energies wrapping protectively around his core. "They died with courage and love," Solaris reminded gently. Their sacrifice lives in your protection. And their vengeance remains uncompleted, Nidhogg added practically. When the time comes, you will finish what began this night 10 years ago. Harry nodded, appreciating both perspectives. After sending Hedwig with a brief letter to Remus, he proceeded to the Great Hall for breakfast, his composure restored. Charms class that morning featured the levitation charm. Professor Flitwick paired students across house lines, placing Harry with Hermione Granger. This arrangement suited Harry perfectly, as his cautious friendship with the Gryffindor girl had deepened through shared study sessions in the library. Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick, Professor Flitwick reminded from atop his pile of books. Harry performed the charm on his first attempt, floating the feather gracefully to the ceiling. Hermione succeeded moments later, earning enthusiastic praise from Flitwick. Their success contrasted sharply with their classmates' struggles, particularly Ron Weasley, who seemed to be antagonizing his Slytherin partner, Blaise Zabini. "You're saying it wrong," Harry heard Hermione correct Ron. "It's Wingardium Leviosa, make the gar nice and long." "You do it, then, if you're so clever," Ron snapped. Hermione demonstrated perfectly, earning more points for Gryffindor and a scowl from Ron. Harry noted the interaction with concern, recognizing the potential for conflict. He'd observed enough to know Hermione's intellectual confidence often manifested as condescension, while Ron's insecurity fueled reactionary anger. After class, Harry lingered to walk with Hermione toward their next lessons. As they descended the staircase, he heard Ron's voice ahead. "It's no wonder no one can stand her. She's a nightmare, honestly." "It's Leviosa, not Leviosar," the redhead mimicked unkindly to his friends. Beside Harry, Hermione stiffened as the words reached them. Her eyes filled with tears before she pushed past Ron and hurried down the corridor. "I think she heard you," Dean Thomas said uncomfortably. Harry frowned, torn between following Hermione and confronting Ron. Before he could decide, Draco appeared at his side. "Weasley showing his class again," Draco sneered. "Jealous of anyone with actual magical talent." "Not now, Draco," Harry said quietly, making his decision. "I'll see you in Transfiguration." Ignoring his housemate's surprised expression, Harry followed Hermione's path. He found her entering a girl's bathroom, obviously seeking privacy for her tears. Respecting this boundary, Harry instead headed to Transfiguration, resolving to check on her afterward. However, Hermione didn't appear for their next class. Or the one after that. By the Halloween feast that evening, concern had replaced Harry's earlier melancholy. He overheard Parvati Patil telling her friend that Hermione had been crying in the bathroom all afternoon and wanted to be left alone. Harry frowned as he took his seat at the Slytherin table. The Great Hall had been decorated with floating jack-o'-lanterns and live bats, but the festive atmosphere felt discordant with both his personal loss anniversary and concern for Hermione. "Still brooding, Potter?" Draco asked as he piled his plate with food. "It's a feast. At least pretend to enjoy yourself." Before Harry could respond, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He collapsed in a dead faint. The hall erupted in panic until Dumbledore shot purple firecrackers from his wand and ordered prefects to lead students back to dormitories. As the Slytherins rose, Harry remained seated, a realization striking him. "Hermione doesn't know about the troll," he said to Draco and Blaise beside him. "So?" Draco looked unimpressed. "That's the Gryffindor's problem, not ours. The girl is alone and vulnerable," Nidhogg assessed. "A strategic ally worth protecting. And a friend in need," Solaris added. "Compassion is not weakness." "I'm going to find her," Harry decided, rising from the table. "You two go with the others." "Are you mad?" Draco hissed. "There's a troll loose." "Which is precisely why someone needs to warn her," Harry replied firmly. "Cover for me with the prefects." Before they could protest further, Harry slipped away from the Slytherin group, using a minor misdirection charm to avoid notice. Once clear of the crowd, he extended his senses as Nidhogg had taught him, seeking unusual magical signatures. Mountain Troll, Northeast Corridor, moving slowly, Nidhogg reported through their connection. Primitive magic but dangerous physical strength. The girl's magical signature is detectable in the bathroom on the first floor, Solaris added. But the troll's path will intercept. Harry moved quickly through lesser-known passages, reaching the first-floor corridor moments before a foul stench announced the troll's approach. He slipped into the girl's bathroom to find Hermione washing her face, unaware of the danger. "Hermione," he called urgently. "We need to leave immediately. There's a troll in the castle, heading this way." She turned, surprised by his presence and the warning. "Harry? What are you doing here? A troll?" "But how?" Her question cut off as a massive shadow darkened the doorway. The troll, 12 feet tall with granite-gray skin and a tiny head, had found them. It blocked the only exit, its small confused eyes fixing on the students as it raised its enormous wooden club. "Behind me," Harry ordered, pushing Hermione toward the back wall while drawing his wand. In this moment of crisis, Harry faced a tactical decision. His true abilities could easily dispatch the troll, but revealing such power would raise unwanted questions. Yet using only standard first-year spells might prove insufficient against a creature largely resistant to magic. "Limited revelation," Nidhogg advised as the troll advanced. "Enough to protect without exposing our full nature. Focus on environmental manipulation rather than direct magic," Solaris suggested. "Creativity over raw power." Harry nodded imperceptibly, then raised his wand. "Wingardium Leviosa," he called, not targeting the troll itself but the massive club in its hand. The club wrenched free and hovered in the air, surprising the creature. "Hermione, when I drop the club, run for the door," Harry instructed calmly. "But I'll be right behind you." Harry directed the floating club to the opposite side of the bathroom, drawing the troll's attention away from the door. As the creature lumbered toward its weapon, Harry released the spell, sending the club crashing into a row of sinks. Water sprayed from broken pipes as Hermione darted for the exit. The troll roared in confusion, turning back toward Harry who remained between it and the door. Its massive hand swiped toward him with surprising speed. Harry ducked beneath the grab and pointed his wand at the flooding floor. "Glacius," he called, freezing the water instantly. The elementary freezing charm wasn't taught until 3rd year, but remained within reasonable prodigy territory. The troll slipped on the ice, its momentum carrying it headfirst into the stone wall with a sickening crack. It slumped to the floor, stunned but still conscious. Harry backed toward the door where Hermione waited, eyes wide with fear and amazement. "Come on," he urged. Before they could flee, thundering footsteps announced the arrival of Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell. McGonagall took in the scene with shock, the stunned troll, the destroyed bathroom, and 2 first-years standing amid the chaos. "What on earth were you thinking?" she demanded, cold fury in her voice. "You're lucky you weren't killed." "Professor," Harry began calmly, "Hermione wasn't at the feast. She didn't know about the troll. I came to warn her, but it found us before we could leave." McGonagall's gaze shifted to Hermione. "Miss Granger, is this true?" Hermione nodded, still shaken. "I'd been here all afternoon. If Harry hadn't come." She didn't finish the sentence. During this exchange, Harry noticed Snape studying him with intense calculation, his eyes moving from Harry to the subdued troll and back. More concerning, he spotted a bloody tear in Snape's robes, suggesting the potion's master had encountered something besides the troll this evening. "The 3rd floor," Nidhogg surmised, picking up Harry's observation. He was checking the forbidden corridor during the distraction. "And something there wounded him," Solaris added. "The plot thickens." Meanwhile, Professor Quirrell examined the troll with exaggerated nervousness that struck Harry as performative rather than genuine. The defense professor's magical signature had always felt wrong to Harry's enhanced senses, fragmented and layered, as if concealing something beneath. 5 points from Slytherin for reckless endangerment, Mr. Potter, McGonagall finally pronounced. And 10 points to Slytherin for sheer dumb luck in subduing a mountain troll. Now both of you, return to your dormitories immediately. As they left the professors to handle the troll, Hermione turned to Harry in the corridor. Thank you, she said quietly. That was incredibly brave. Harry smiled slightly. Friends look out for each other. Is that what we are? She asked hesitantly. Friends? Even though I'm Gryffindor and you're Slytherin? House boundaries are artificial constructs, Harry replied simply. They describe tendencies, not destinies. I choose my own associations. Hermione's expression brightened. I'd like that, being friends, I mean. She paused thoughtfully. That freezing spell was impressive. It's not in our first-year curriculum. Harry shrugged casually. I read ahead sometimes. Practical applications of simple charms can be more effective than complex spells in certain situations. This explanation satisfied Hermione, whose own academic enthusiasm made such behavior relatable. They parted at the grand staircase, Hermione heading upward toward Gryffindor Tower while Harry descended toward the dungeons. Back in the Slytherin common room, Harry found his housemates buzzing with rumors about the troll. When he entered, conversations halted as all eyes turned toward him. Potter, Gemma Farley approached with prefect authority. Professor Snape sent word about your encounter. Care to explain why you abandoned your house during an emergency? Harry noted the mixture of curiosity, criticism, and reluctant admiration in the gathered Slytherins. His response would significantly impact his standing within the house hierarchy. I identified a tactical vulnerability and addressed it, Harry replied evenly. A student was isolated without information about the threat. I prevented a potential casualty and earned our house 5 net positive points in the process. This framing, strategic rather than emotional, resonated with Slytherin values. Several older students nodded approvingly. You risked yourself for a Gryffindor, Marcus Flint, the Quidditch captain, observed critically. I secured a valuable intellectual resource, Harry countered smoothly. Granger has the highest grades in our year outside of Slytherin. Having her goodwill provides advantages in joint assignments and study access. This calculated explanation, though not Harry's true motivation, satisfied most of his housemates. By presenting his actions as self-interested rather than altruistic, he maintained his Slytherin credibility while protecting his actual friendship with Hermione. Draco approached as the crowd dispersed. Clever explanation, Potter. Almost believed it myself. His tone suggested he glimpsed Harry's actual motivations but chose not to expose them. Harry offered a slight smile. The best strategies serve multiple objectives simultaneously. That night, as his dormmates slept, Harry reflected on the day's events. The troll incident had crystallized several ongoing situations. His friendship with Hermione was now established despite house boundaries, his standing in Slytherin had evolved to accommodate strategic autonomy, and most importantly, his suspicions about both Quirrell and whatever Hogwarts was guarding had strengthened. We must investigate the third-floor corridor soon, Nidhogg advised. Snape's injury confirms valuable targets are protected there. And Quirrell's performance grows more suspicious, Solaris added. His fractured magical signature suggests possession or similar dark influence. Harry agreed with both assessments. After briefly communing with his companions about potential approaches, he drifted to sleep with plans forming for his next move in this increasingly complex game of wizarding chess. November brought colder weather and Harry's first Quidditch match, as a spectator rather than player, though his flying talents had been noticed during their first lesson. When Madame Hooch had instructed the class to mount their brooms, Harry had found the experience instantly natural, his enhanced reflexes and magical sensitivity making flight almost intuitive. Potter has remarkable control for a beginner, Hooch had commented to Snape afterward. Natural talent like his father. The potions master had merely scowled at the comparison, but Marcus Flint had overheard and approached Harry that evening. Considering trying out next year, Potter? We'll need a seeker when Higgs graduates. Perhaps, Harry had replied noncommittally. While flying appealed to him, competitive Quidditch would consume time better spent on his true education. Now, seated in the Slytherin section for the Gryffindor-Slytherin match, Harry watched with analytical interest as the teams took to the air. Beside him, Draco provided running commentary criticizing the Gryffindor players, particularly the Weasley twins who served as beaters. Their technique is all flash, no substance, Draco insisted. Father says proper beaters focus on strategy, not showing off. Harry observed that the twins actually employed sophisticated coordination despite their playful style, but kept this assessment to himself. His attention shifted to the Slytherin seeker, Terence Higgs, analyzing his search pattern and positioning. Midway through the match, with Slytherin leading 60-20, Harry noticed something odd about his own broom, which he'd brought to examine after the game. The handle vibrated slightly in his lap, emitting a subtle magical signature that didn't match its inherent enchantments. Someone is attempting to jinx it, Nidhogg warned. Testing whether you're using it, perhaps. Harry casually set the broom aside, keeping one hand on it to monitor the foreign magic. He extended his awareness through the stands, seeking the source of the spell. Two distinctive magical patterns emerged, Quirrell focusing intently on the broom, maintaining complex curse work, and unexpectedly, Snape nearby performing a counter-curse. Interesting, Solaris observed. The potion's master protects you while the defense professor attacks. Further evidence of Quirrell's corruption, Nidhogg added. And confirmation that Snape, despite his manner, has your welfare in mind. Harry filed away this information for later consideration. The jinx attempt ceased after several minutes when Hermione, having apparently noticed Quirrell's suspicious behavior, accidentally bumped into him while passing his row, breaking his concentration. After Slytherin's narrow victory, Harry lingered at the pitch until most students had departed. When he spotted Hagrid walking alone toward his hut, Harry decided to pursue a different investigative angle. "Congratulations on your house's win," Hagrid greeted as Harry fell into step beside him. "Though the Gryffindors played a fair game too." "They did," Harry agreed. "Hagrid, I was wondering if I might visit your hut sometime. Remus mentioned you knew my parents well." The groundskeeper beamed. "Any time. Come down this afternoon if ya like. I'll put the kettle on." That afternoon, Harry found himself in Hagrid's cozy if cluttered hut, sipping strong tea and politely declining rock cakes that lived up to their name in hardness. On the wall hung a crossbow and a pair of galoshes, while a copper kettle boiled over an open fire. "Ya look like your father," Hagrid said warmly, "but ye've got your mother's eyes. Great witch and wizard, they were." "Remus has told me stories," Harry said, "but I'd love to hear more from different perspectives." This invitation opened a flood of reminiscences from Hagrid about James Potter's Quidditch prowess and Lily Evans' kindness toward magical creatures. Harry listened with genuine interest, asking questions that prompted further stories. As their conversation progressed, Harry carefully steered it toward current Hogwarts matters. "I noticed Professor Snape limping after Halloween. Was he injured by the troll?" Hagrid looked surprised. "Snape? No, he wasn't near the troll. Probably just a regular accident, I expect." The hesitation caught Harry's attention. "I hope it wasn't related to whatever's being guarded on the third floor. That would be concerning." Hagrid's teacup froze halfway to his mouth. "How do ye know about the stone? I mean, never mind that. That's top secret, that is." "The stone?" Harry repeated innocently. "I only knew something valuable was being protected." "Is it a special magical artifact?" Hagrid looked mortified at his slip. "Shouldn't ha' said that. Definitely shouldn't ha' said that." "Your secret is safe with me, Hagrid," Harry assured him. "I respect Hogwarts security measures. I assume Professors Dumbledore and Snape are involved in protecting it." "Course they are," Hagrid said, relaxing slightly. "Top wizards, them. And some other teachers too." Nobody's gettin' past their enchantments, especially Fluffy. Fluffy? Harry asked, sensing another opening. Yeah, he's mine, bought him off a Greek chappie I met in the pub last year. Lent him to Dumbledore to guard the stone, Harry supplied when Hagrid trailed off. So Fluffy is some kind of magical guardian creature. Hagrid sighed heavily, apparently deciding that clarifying was better than leaving Harry to speculate. He's a three-headed dog. But don't go asking more questions. That stone's business is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Harry filed away this new name, Nicholas Flamel, while outwardly changing the subject to Hagrid's gamekeeper duties. By the time he left the hut, Harry had gathered valuable intelligence while establishing a positive relationship with Hagrid, whose genuine affection for James and Lily made him a natural ally. That evening, Harry visited the Chamber of Secrets, where Sathrath awaited his now regular appearances. The massive basilisk had grown accustomed to Harry's presence, often curling comfortably around the chamber's perimeter while Harry studied Slytherin's texts. The Flamel revelation narrows possibilities considerably, Harry explained as he browsed ancient alchemy references. If Flamel is involved, we're likely dealing with the Philosopher's Stone. The ultimate alchemical achievement, Solaris confirmed. Capable of transforming base metals to gold and producing the elixir of life. A prize many would kill for, Nidhogg added grimly. Including a disembodied Dark Lord seeking restoration. Which confirms our suspicion that Quirrell is either working for Voldemort or possessed by him, Harry concluded, closing the text he'd been examining. The attempted broom jinx was likely a test or distraction. Sathrath's massive head moved closer, yellow eyes safely viewable through Harry's phoenix-modified vision. The fractured one you describe carries two souls within one vessel, the ancient basilisk observed. Like you, yet unlike, his merger is parasitic rather than harmonious. This assessment aligned with Harry's own suspicions. Quirrell's magical signature had always felt wrong, divided and corrupted in ways that differed fundamentally from Harry's balanced dual nature. I need to confirm exactly what protections surround the stone, Harry mused. Then determine Quirrell's timeline. He won't move against it until he's certain of success. The winter holidays approach, Nidhogg noted. Fewer witnesses, reduced security. An opportune time for his attempt. Yet premature action on our part risks exposing capabilities we've kept hidden, Solaris cautioned. Patience remains advisable. Harry nodded, having reached the same conclusion. We continue gathering information, then. And prepare for confrontation after the holidays if needed. As November yielded to December, Harry balanced his multiple educational tracks while maintaining careful observation of Quirrell. The defense professor's condition deteriorated visibly, his turban sometimes askew, revealing inflamed skin at his hairline, his frame thinning as if consumed from within. These physical symptoms confirmed Harry's assessment of parasitic possession. Meanwhile, Harry's friendship with Hermione deepened through regular study sessions. Her analytical mind and genuine intellectual curiosity made her valuable company, and Harry gradually introduced her to more advanced magical concepts without revealing their true source. This understanding of spell interconnection isn't in our textbooks, she observed one afternoon in the library as Harry explained why certain charms complemented each other while others conflicted. Where did you learn this framework? I've been synthesizing information from various sources, Harry replied truthfully if incompletely. Magic follows patterns that aren't always explicitly taught but become apparent when you compare enough examples. Hermione accepted this explanation, impressed by his theoretical approach. Their partnership benefited both, she gained access to knowledge beyond the curriculum, while he practiced articulating ancient concepts in modern terms. As the holidays approached, Harry received an unexpected owl from Remus. Harry, Dumbledore has suggested I visit Hogwarts during your break to continue our special studies, as most students will be absent. I'll arrive December 23rd if agreeable. There are matters regarding your unique abilities we should discuss in person. Warmly, Remus. The phrasing suggested Dumbledore remained interested in Harry's development, using Remus as a familiar intermediary. This arrangement suited Harry perfectly, as it would provide cover for his continued presence at the castle during the period Quirrell might attempt to steal the stone. When the sign-up sheet for students remaining over holidays circulated, Harry added his name, noting that few others from Slytherin would be staying. Draco, preparing to return to Malfoy Manor, seemed puzzled by Harry's decision. "Why aren't you going back to your Muggle relatives?" he asked as they completed homework in the common room. "Not that I blame you for avoiding them, but surely there are better options than an empty castle." "Professor Lupin is visiting to continue some advanced studies we began before Hogwarts," Harry explained. "The quiet castle provides ideal conditions." Draco nodded thoughtfully. "Father says Dumbledore takes special interest in your education. Is that true?" The question probed for information about Harry's relationship with the headmaster, valuable intelligence in Slytherin's political landscape. Harry offered a measured response. "The headmaster ensures I receive appropriate guidance, as he would for any student with specialized needs." The answer revealed little while implying Harry's magical education required customization, a status-preserving suggestion. As the term ended and most students departed, Hogwarts transformed into a quieter, more contemplative environment. Harry used this freedom to expand his exploration of the castle, mapping passages and identifying potential strategic locations. With fewer eyes watching, he could occasionally allow Solaris to manifest briefly, the Phoenix's presence less likely to be noticed during this quiet period. Remus arrived as promised on December 23, greeting Harry warmly in Dumbledore's office. The headmaster himself welcomed them before tactfully leaving them alone for their specialized tutoring. "You're looking well, Harry," Remus observed once they had privacy. "Slytherin agrees with you, it seems, despite my initial concerns." Harry smiled genuinely. Despite his accelerated maturity, he retained affection for his first wizarding mentor. "It's been educational in ways beyond academics. How much has Dumbledore told you about current situations here?" Remus raised an eyebrow at the direct question. "He mentioned certain valuable items are being stored at Hogwarts this year, requiring additional security. And he expressed curiosity about your continued magical development." "That's understated," Harry replied. "The Philosopher's Stone is hidden here, and I believe Professor Quirrell is possessed by Voldemort with intentions to steal it." To his credit, Remus didn't dismiss this assessment from an 11-year-old. Years of witnessing Harry's unusual perceptions had taught him to take such statements seriously. "What evidence supports this conclusion?" he asked carefully. Harry outlined his observations: Quirrell's deteriorating condition, the attempted broom jinx, Snape's protective counteractions, and the connecting thread of Flamel's creation. As he spoke, Remus's expression grew increasingly grave. "Have you shared these concerns with Dumbledore?" "Not directly," Harry admitted. "I've been gathering conclusive evidence first. Accusations against a professor require certainty." Remus nodded slowly. "Prudent, though perhaps overly cautious given the stakes. Albus should be informed." "I intended to discuss it with you first," Harry said. "Your perspective helps calibrate my response." This explanation satisfied Remus, who agreed to approach Dumbledore together after confirming additional details. Their conversation then shifted to Harry's magical progress, with Remus conducting exercises to assess his development. "Your control has improved remarkably," Remus noted as Harry demonstrated precise transfiguration work. "And your magical reserves seem unusually deep for your age." "Show him a controlled manifestation," Solaris suggested. "Limited revelation builds trust." Harry nodded imperceptibly, then extended his palm. With careful concentration, he manifested a small flame that burned gold and emerald simultaneously, phoenix fire and basilisk energy in perfect balance. Remus stared at the dual-colored flame with fascination and concern. "That's new. The green component wasn't present in your previous demonstrations." "My abilities continue to evolve," Harry explained carefully. "Balance between opposing forces has become central to my magic." Though Harry had never explicitly revealed Nidhogg's existence to Remus, the werewolf had occasionally sensed something beyond the phoenix bond. Now, seeing physical evidence of dual magical natures, his expression turned thoughtful rather than alarmed. "Dumbledore suspects there's more to your abilities than you've shown," Remus said quietly. "He respects your privacy but remains concerned about unguided development of unusual powers." "My development isn't unguided," Harry replied evenly, extinguishing the flame. "It's simply guided differently than traditional wizarding education." Remus studied him for a long moment before nodding. "I trust your judgment, Harry, perhaps more than I should with someone so young. But you've never given me reason to doubt your discretion." This vote of confidence warmed Harry more than he expected. Despite his extraordinary circumstances, he remained human enough to value genuine approval from those he respected. Their lesson concluded with plans to meet again the following day. As Harry returned to his dormitory that evening, he reflected on the contrast between his public and private lives, the ordinary student seen by classmates versus the master of life and death training in forgotten magics with creatures of legend. The dichotomy might have troubled another child, but Harry had long since embraced his unusual destiny. Christmas morning brought unexpected gifts, a hand-carved wooden flute from Hagrid, an advanced defense against the dark arts text from Remus, expensive chocolate frogs from Draco, a handmade study planner from Hermione, and most surprisingly, an anonymous package containing a fluid, silvery cloth. "Your father's invisibility cloak," Solaris identified immediately. "A halo of death, created by your ancestor. Dumbledore returns it now for a purpose," Nidhogg observed. "He anticipates you may need concealment soon." Harry examined the note accompanying the cloak, written in narrow, looping handwriting he didn't recognize. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." The gift's timing seemed significant, during the quiet holiday period when Quirrell might make his move for the stone. Was Dumbledore subtly enabling Harry to intervene, while maintaining plausible deniability? "The old one plays complex games," Nidhogg commented. "He tests your capabilities and intentions simultaneously. Yet provides tools that could help protect what he values," Solaris added. "A calculated risk on his part." That evening at the quiet Christmas feast, Harry observed Dumbledore wearing a flowered bonnet from a wizard cracker, chatting amiably with Professor McGonagall. When their eyes briefly met across the great hall, Harry detected calculation beneath the headmaster's twinkling gaze. The gift had been a message as much as a family heirloom. After the feast, Harry met with Remus again, sharing his findings about the stone's protections based on careful observation and strategic questioning of various professors. From these investigations, he had determined that each involved teacher had contributed a security measure: Sprout's Devil's Snare, Flitwick's Enchanted Keys, McGonagall's Giant Chess Set, Quirrell's Troll, Snape's Logic Puzzle, and finally, Dumbledore's specialized enchantment, likely involving the Mirror of Eris that Harry had discovered in an unused classroom earlier that month. "This is remarkably thorough intelligence gathering," Remus commented, impressed despite his concern. "Though I'm not sure whether to be proud of your deductive abilities or worried about your willingness to involve yourself in such dangerous matters." "Knowledge is merely preparation," Harry assured him. "I don't intend to confront Quirrell directly unless absolutely necessary." Remus seemed skeptical of this claim but continued reviewing Harry's findings. "The multi-layered protection makes sense. No single teacher could bypass all obstacles without detection. Except Dumbledore," Harry pointed out. "And potentially Quirrell, if he studied each challenge in advance." Their discussion was interrupted by a knock at the classroom door. Professor Dumbledore himself entered, his timing suspiciously convenient. "Ah, Harry," Remus. "I trust your tutoring sessions are proving fruitful." The headmaster's eyes moved between them knowingly. "Perhaps I might join you briefly? There are matters I find increasingly relevant to discuss." Remus glanced at Harry, who nodded slightly. "Of course, Headmaster. We were just reviewing some theoretical approaches to magical barriers." "Indeed? How timely." Dumbledore conjured a comfortable armchair and settled himself. Harry, I wonder if you might share your thoughts on the protective measures currently deployed within Hogwarts. Your perspective as a first-year student with unique magical sensitivity could prove illuminating. The indirect invitation confirmed Harry's suspicion that Dumbledore was aware of his investigations. Rather than denying knowledge, Harry decided on carefully measured honesty. The stone is well protected through layered obstacles requiring diverse magical skills to overcome, he began, noting Dumbledore's lack of surprise at his knowledge. However, a determined intruder with sufficient preparation could potentially navigate them, particularly if that intruder helped design one of the protections themselves. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. You refer to Professor Quirrell's contribution? I believe Professor Quirrell is either working for Voldemort or directly possessed by him, Harry stated clearly. His magical signature is corrupted and divided in ways consistent with parasitic occupation. Rather than dismissing this assessment, Dumbledore merely nodded thoughtfully. You perceive magical signatures with unusual clarity for one so young, Harry. A gift from your Phoenix companion, perhaps? The question probed for confirmation about Solaris while potentially fishing for information about Nidhogg's existence. Harry replied carefully. My magical sensitivity has developed through multiple influences, he acknowledged. The important question is whether you've accounted for Quirrell's potential betrayal in your security design. Rest assured, I have anticipated various scenarios, Dumbledore replied, neither confirming nor denying Harry's specific concern. However, I find myself curious about your interest in these matters. The stone's protection is, after all, the responsibility of Hogwarts staff rather than its students. The gentle rebuke carried a question: why was Harry involving himself? Harry met Dumbledore's gaze steadily. Voldemort's return concerns me directly, given our history. If the stone represents a path to his restoration, I have reason to understand threats to its security. Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Most children your age would trust adults to handle such matters. I'm not most children, Harry replied simply. A faint smile touched Dumbledore's lips. No, indeed you are not. He rose from his conjured chair. Thank you for sharing your observations, Harry. I shall give them due consideration. Perhaps, Remus, you might continue tutoring Harry in defensive magic during your remaining time here. Theory only, of course. With that strategic suggestion, both permission and limitation, Dumbledore departed, leaving Harry and Remus to exchange significant looks. He knows more than he's saying, Remus observed. Always, Harry agreed. But he's acknowledged the threat without dismissing my concerns. That's progress. The remainder of the holiday period passed without incident, though Harry maintained vigilant observation of Quirrell, who seemed increasingly agitated as term resumption approached. Whatever plan the possessed professor had developed, the window for execution during the quiet holiday period was closing. On the final night before students returned, Harry decided to use his father's invisibility cloak to check the third-floor corridor directly. Wrapped in the silvery fabric, he navigated silent hallways toward the forbidden area, extending his magical awareness for any sign of Quirrell. The corridor remained secured, with no indication of tampering. Through the locked door, Harry sensed the massive three-headed dog Hagrid had inadvertently revealed, its magical signature distinctive and powerful. Beyond that, the layered protections remained intact. Quirrell hasn't moved yet, Nidhogg confirmed through their connection. Perhaps he still studies the final protection. Or awaits instructions from his master, Solaris suggested. Possession strains both host and parasite, timing becomes crucial. As Harry turned to leave, he detected another presence approaching, Professor Snape, conducting his own patrol of the area. Harry remained perfectly still beneath the cloak as the potion's master passed, his dark eyes scanning the corridor suspiciously. Once Snape departed, Harry made his way toward the Slytherin dungeons. As he passed an unused classroom, voices from within caught his attention, Quirrell's stutter and, more concerning, a second voice, high and cold, responding to him. Must act soon, my strength wanes in this form. Headmaster, the final mirror remains problematic. D. Dumbledore's enchantment, excuses. Find the weakness, the old man's sentimentality is his flaw. Harry froze, confirmation of his theory playing out mere feet away. Voldemort himself spoke from within Quirrell, the parasite directing its host. They referenced the Mirror of Erist as the final protection, Solaris noted. Dumbledore has tied the stone's security to its enchantment. We should eliminate them now, Nidhogg urged. While the Dark One is weakened and contained. Harry considered this option seriously. With his combined abilities, he could likely overpower Quirrell even with Voldemort's presence. Yet tactical considerations argued against immediate action. Without knowing exactly how Voldemort sustained himself after death, destroying his current vessel might simply release him to find another host. Additionally, confrontation now would reveal Harry's true capabilities prematurely. We gather final information, then act strategically, Harry decided as the voices inside fell silent. The mirror is key to understanding Dumbledore's protection. He slipped away before Quirrell emerged, returning to his dormitory to analyze this new intelligence. The Mirror of Erist, which showed the viewer's deepest desire, must somehow contain or protect the actual stone. Dumbledore had created a psychological lock that pure greed couldn't bypass. The next day, students returned from holiday, filling Hogwarts with renewed noise and activity. Harry greeted his returning Slytherin housemates with carefully calibrated enthusiasm while internally preparing for the confrontation he now knew was inevitable. As January turned to February, Harry divided his time between maintaining his student persona, continuing his magical training, and monitoring Quirrell's deteriorating condition. The possessed professor grew thinner and paler, dark circles forming beneath his eyes as Voldemort's parasitic presence consumed him from within. In the Chamber of Secrets, Harry intensified his study of protective magics from Slytherin's ancient texts, focusing on those that might shield against possession or spiritual attacks. Satharath observed these preparations with ancient wisdom. You prepare to face a fragmented soul, the Basilisk noted during one session. Remember that such beings fear true death above all else. This is both weakness and danger. Harry nodded, appreciating the insight. His fear of death drove him to fracture his soul in the first place. That suggests he's created protections against death beyond standard magic. Horcruxes, Nidhogg supplied, the ancient term surfacing from knowledge shared through their bond. Soul vessels ensuring earthly tether even when the body is destroyed. The darkest of magics, Solaris added with revulsion. Requiring murder to fracture the soul unnaturally. This revelation complicated Harry's understanding of the coming confrontation. If Voldemort had created Horcruxes, defeating his current form would be merely temporary. The fragment in Quirrell represented only part of a larger problem. One challenge at a time, Harry decided aloud. First, we prevent the stone's theft and this particular resurrection attempt. Throughout February and into March, Harry maintained his vigilance while continuing his multifaceted education. In classes, he performed at the top of his year alongside Hermione, their friendly academic rivalry pushing both to excel. In the chamber, he mastered increasingly complex magical theory from Slytherin's texts. And with his companions, he refined his ability to balance and channel their combined powers effectively. By April, when spring began warming the grounds, Harry sensed the coming confrontation approaching. Quirrell could barely maintain his facade, stumbling through lessons with increasing incoherence as Voldemort's possession consumed him. Meanwhile, Harry had completed his preparations, including contingency plans for various scenarios. The catalyst came in late May, when Harry overheard Quirrell in an abandoned classroom, speaking to his master. Dumbledore has left for the Ministry, emergency Wisengamot session, tonight we move. Harry didn't hesitate. He returned to his dormitory and retrieved necessary items, the invisibility cloak, his wand, and a small vial of Phoenix Tears Solaris had produced for emergency healing. Then he headed directly to Professor McGonagall's office. Mr. Potter, she greeted with surprise. What brings you here at this hour? Professor, I believe someone is going to attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone tonight, Harry stated directly. Professor Quirrell, specifically. McGonagall's shock at his knowledge was quickly replaced by dismissal. I don't know how you discovered about the stone, Mr. Potter, but I assure you it is perfectly well protected. Professor Quirrell is a member of staff helping protect it, not threatening it. He's been possessed by Voldemort, Harry continued calmly. I've observed evidence all year, including hearing both voices during his private conversations. The deputy headmistress paled slightly at Voldemort's name but remained skeptical. These are extraordinary accusations from a first-year student, Mr. Potter, however exceptional you may be. The headmaster has just been called to the ministry, but the stone remains secure. Harry recognized the futility of further argument. McGonagall's trust in Hogwarts security measures and established authority wouldn't be overcome by his word alone. He had fulfilled his obligation to warn the staff, now he would need to act independently. I understand, Professor. I apologize for the interruption. As he left her office, Harry adjusted his plans. He would need to intercept Quirrell at the third-floor corridor before the possessed professor could navigate the protections to the stone. Under his invisibility cloak, Harry positioned himself near the forbidden corridor, extending his magical senses to detect approach. Shortly before midnight, Quirrell arrived, his magical signature more disturbed than ever, the boundary between host and parasite blurring as Voldemort exerted greater control. The defense professor unlocked the door with a simple spell and slipped inside to face Fluffy. Harry followed silently, watching as Quirrell conjured a self-playing harp that lulled the three-headed dog to sleep. As the professor disappeared through the trapdoor beneath Fluffy, Harry faced a tactical decision: follow immediately or wait to intercept at the final chamber. Following presents risk of detection before the final confrontation, Nidhogg advised. Yet waiting surrenders initiative. The mirror chamber offers strategic advantages, Solaris countered. Dumbledore's final protection may aid our purpose. Harry decided to compromise. He would follow Quirrell through the obstacles but maintain distance, observing the professor's methods for bypassing each protection while remaining concealed under the cloak. The Devil's Snare yielded easily to Quirrell's bluebell flames, just as it did to Harry's when he followed minutes later. The flying keys presented minimal challenge to both wizards' seeking and catching skills. The chess game required more time, but both Quirrell and Harry navigated it successfully, though Harry deliberately hung back to avoid detection. The troll in the fourth chamber was already unconscious when Harry arrived, larger than the Halloween specimen but dispatched efficiently by its original handler. Snape's logic puzzle required actual thought, but both Quirrell and Harry deduced the correct potion to proceed through the flames. Finally, Harry reached the last chamber, where Quirrell stood before the mirror of Eriste, turban removed to reveal a horrifying second face growing from the back of his head, flat, chalk-white, with glaring red eyes and snake-like slits for nostrils. Voldemort himself, parasitically attached to his servant. Harry remained beneath the cloak, observing as Quirrell gazed into the mirror under Voldemort's direction. I see myself presenting the stone to my master, Quirrell reported, but how do I retrieve it? Use the boy, Voldemort's high, cold voice commanded. He watches us even now. Harry froze as red eyes in that hideous second face seemed to look directly at him despite the cloak's concealment. Potter has followed our progress. His unique connection may help unlock Dumbledore's charm. Seize him. Quirrell spun around, wand extended. Accio invisibility cloak. The silvery fabric tore away, leaving Harry exposed. Rather than appearing shocked, Harry straightened calmly, his wand ready but not yet raised aggressively. Tom Riddle, Harry addressed Voldemort directly, using the name Solaris had revealed from historical knowledge. You look unwell. Possession takes its toll on both parties. Rage flashed in those red eyes at the use of his original name. Harry Potter. The boy who lived, comes to die. How much you've grown since I visited your nursery. Yet still a child playing beyond his depth. Quirrell moved to grab Harry, but Harry sidestepped smoothly. I wouldn't recommend physical contact, Professor. It might prove inflammatory. Enough games, Voldemort hissed. Quirrell, bring him to the mirror. He may be able to retrieve the stone where you cannot. Quirrell flicked his wand, and invisible bonds wrapped around Harry, dragging him before the mirror. Look. Tell me what you see. Harry allowed himself to be positioned before the glass, curious about Dumbledore's enchantment. As he gazed into the mirror, he saw himself, not alone, but with Solaris perched visibly on one shoulder and Nidhogg coiled around the other. His reflection smiled and patted its pocket, where a blood-red stone appeared. Simultaneously, Harry felt a real weight drop into his actual pocket. Dumbledore's enchantment had worked. The mirror had given the stone to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. Well? Quirrell demanded impatiently. What do you see? Harry considered his response carefully. I see myself defeating Voldemort, he replied, a partial truth that revealed nothing about the stone's transfer. Voldemort's face twisted with suspicion. He lies. I can sense it. Let me speak to him directly, Voldemort ordered, and Quirrell turned fully, bringing the Dark Lord's face forward. Harry Potter, you have proven unexpectedly resourceful. I sense unusual magic within you, power that could flourish under proper guidance. Join me, and I will share knowledge beyond your imagining. You have nothing I want, Harry replied evenly. Your path led to self-destruction and parasitism. Not exactly an advertisement for your methods. Fury contorted Voldemort's features. Fool boy. There is no good or evil, only power and those too weak to seek it. Your parents learned that lesson with their lives. My parents died with their souls intact, Harry countered. Something you can no longer claim. Enough. Quirrell, seize him and search his pockets. As Quirrell lunged forward, Harry allowed his carefully maintained control to slip. When the possessed professor's hands touched Harry's skin, the resulting reaction shocked everyone. Quirrell's flesh blistered and smoked at the contact point, causing him to recoil with a scream of agony. What magic is this? Voldemort hissed in confusion. Harry didn't answer directly. Instead, he reached his decision point. After a year of preparation and observation, the moment had come to reveal a fraction of his true abilities. Together, he communicated to his companions. Limited manifestation, targeted effect. With practiced precision, Harry extended his hands toward Quirrell, channeling Solaris's phoenix fire through his right palm and Nidhogg's basilisk energy through his left. Golden and emerald flames erupted simultaneously, twining together in perfect helical harmony before striking the possessed professor. Quirrell shrieked as the dual magic engulfed him, the phoenix component purging Voldemort's corruption while the basilisk aspect targeted the parasitic connection between host and invader. The combination proved devastating to the unnatural bond, forcing Voldemort's essence to separate from Quirrell's dying body. What are you? Voldemort's voice howled as his wraith-like form was expelled. For the first time, Harry allowed a full answer. I am the master of life and death. And you, Tom Riddle, are neither truly alive nor properly dead. A half-existence appropriate for a half-soul. The wraith that was Voldemort writhed in the combined magical flames, unable to maintain cohesion. With a final shriek of fury, it fled, passing through the wall and away from Hogwarts, severely weakened but not destroyed. Quirrell collapsed, his body deteriorating rapidly now that Voldemort's possessing spirit no longer sustained it. Harry knelt beside the dying man, knowing recovery was impossible after months of parasitic consumption. Be at peace, Harry said quietly, channeling a thread of pure phoenix energy to ease the professor's passing. Quirrell's eyes cleared momentarily from pain and confusion before closing for the final time. Harry stood, the philosopher's stone heavy in his pocket as evidence of both victory and new complications. He had prevented Voldemort's immediate return but revealed more of his abilities than originally planned. The consequences would ripple through the coming months and years. As if summoned by this thought, a new presence entered the chamber. Albus Dumbledore surveyed the scene with grave understanding, Quirrell's body, the mirror, and Harry standing calmly between them, traces of gold and green magic still flickering around his fingertips. Harry, the headmaster said quietly. I see I am too late. For the immediate crisis, yes, Harry replied. But this was merely one battle in a longer war, wasn't it? Dumbledore's blue eyes showed neither surprise nor condemnation at finding a first-year student in this situation. Instead, they reflected calculation, reassessment, and perhaps a hint of wonder. Indeed it was, the headmaster acknowledged. And I believe you and I have much to discuss about the nature of that war, and your rather unique participation in it. Harry nodded, sensing a shifting relationship with the powerful wizard before him. No longer merely headmaster and student, but something approaching allies with separate but intersecting goals. The Phoenix and Basilisk stirred within him, preparing for new challenges ahead as the first year at Hogwarts approached its extraordinary conclusion. Chapter 3, Master unveiled. The hospital wing was silent save for the gentle ticking of a clock when Harry opened his eyes. Moonlight streamed through tall windows, casting long shadows across pristine white beds. He wasn't surprised to find himself here. Magical exhaustion was a predictable consequence of channeling both Solaris and Nidhogg's powers so intensely. You've been unconscious for nearly 6 hours, Solaris informed him. The old one waited at your bedside for 3 before being called away. Harry sat up carefully, taking inventory of his condition. His magical reserves had depleted significantly during the confrontation with Quirrell and Voldemort, but were already replenishing, one benefit of his unique bond with immortal magical beings. The stone? He asked silently. Removed by Dumbledore while you slept, Nidhogg replied. He extracted it from your pocket with notable reverence. Harry nodded, unsurprised. The philosopher's stone had served its purpose as bait for Voldemort. Its security now became Dumbledore's concern once more. More pressing was how much the headmaster had witnessed of Harry's unusual abilities. The soft creak of the hospital wing door interrupted his thoughts. Albus Dumbledore entered, his midnight blue robes shimmering faintly in the moonlight. His expression, when he saw Harry awake, registered neither surprise nor concern, merely patient interest. Good evening, Harry, he said quietly, conjuring a comfortable armchair beside the bed. I thought you might regain consciousness tonight. Your magical resilience is quite remarkable. Good evening, Professor, Harry replied. I imagine you have questions. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly. Direct as always. Yes, I have several, though I suspect you may have as many for me. The headmaster settled into his chair, arranging his robes with unhurried precision. This calculated casualness struck Harry as significant. Dumbledore was deliberately creating an atmosphere of relaxed conversation rather than interrogation. Perhaps we might take turns, the old wizard suggested mildly. An exchange of information between allies rather than a one-sided interview. Allies, Harry repeated, testing the word. That suggests shared objectives. Does it not seem appropriate? We both work to prevent Voldemort from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, albeit through different approaches. Harry considered this framing. Fair enough. You may begin, Professor. If Dumbledore was amused by an 11-year-old granting him permission, he didn't show it. Instead, he asked, how long have you been bonded to both the Phoenix and the Basilisk? The directness of the question confirmed what Harry had suspected. Dumbledore had seen enough in the mirror chamber to identify both magical signatures. Since I was 4, Harry answered truthfully. They found me in the woods near Privet Drive and removed the soul fragment Voldemort had left in my scar. Dumbledore's composure slipped momentarily, genuine shock crossing his aged features. They removed it? Completely? Yes. It was the first thing they did after establishing the bond. Solaris's healing purged the corruption while Nidhogg consumed the fragment itself. The headmaster fell silent, processing this revelation. Harry could almost see the rapid recalculations happening behind those blue eyes, entire strategies and contingencies being rewritten in moments. My turn, Harry said. What exactly was your plan regarding the fragment in my scar? You clearly knew about it. Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking his considerable age. I knew Voldemort had unintentionally created a connection when his killing curse rebounded. The exact nature of that connection remained theoretical, though I suspected a soul fragment. I hoped for a less permanent attachment. He met Harry's gaze directly. I had begun researching methods for removal that wouldn't require your sacrifice, but had found no definitive solution. My sacrifice, Harry repeated flatly. You believed I might need to die to destroy it. It was a possibility I refused to accept without exhausting every alternative, Dumbledore replied gravely. A burden I chose not to share with a child. Yet fate intervened through Solaris and Nidhogg, Harry observed. Solving your problem through unexpected means. Indeed. Dumbledore's expression turned curious. Though this raises my next question, why did these particular magical creatures, ancient and historically solitary, choose to bond with a human child? Such a partnership is unprecedented in recorded magical history. Harry considered how much to reveal. They were drawn to the magical anomaly in my scar initially. After removing it, they recognized something in me that resonated with their own natures, potential for balance between opposing magical forces. The bond was as much my choice as theirs. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured. And this bond grants you access to their magical abilities? The dual-natured flames you manifested against Professor Quirrell were unlike anything I've witnessed in a century of magical study. My turn to ask a question, Harry reminded him gently. Dumbledore inclined his head in acknowledgement. You've known about Voldemort's methods for achieving immortality for some time, haven't you? The soul fragment in my scar wasn't his only tether to life. The headmaster's eyes sharpened. What led you to that conclusion? His wraith form itself is evidence. A completely destroyed wizard doesn't linger as conscious spirit capable of possession. Nidhogg recognized the magical signature of a fractured soul, one deliberately divided rather than naturally whole. Horcruxes, I believe they're called. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, studying Harry with new intensity. Most adult wizards don't know that term, let alone understand its implications. Your companion has shared considerable dark knowledge with you. Knowledge isn't inherently dark, Harry countered. Understanding how something works doesn't equate to using it. Nidhogg provides perspective on death magic just as Solaris illuminates life magic. Balance requires comprehension of both. A mature perspective, Dumbledore acknowledged. And correct regarding Voldemort's methods. I have been researching his past, tracking the objects he likely transformed into soul vessels. It is complicated work. How many do you believe he created? Dumbledore shook his head. That would be a second question in succession, Harry. I believe it's my turn. Harry nodded, accepting the boundary. The basilisk, Dumbledore began carefully. Would this creature happen to be connected to the legendary Chamber of Secrets? Certain castle ghosts have reported unusual magical resonances in recent months. Harry maintained his composure despite his surprise at Dumbledore's perceptiveness. Nidhogg sensed a kindred presence beneath the school. We located and accessed the chamber, yes. And its occupant? Sathrath has been quite educational, Harry replied evenly. The historical accounts of Salazar Slytherin's intentions were somewhat distorted over the centuries. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. You've named the basilisk and discussed history with it. Remarkable. I assume this means the chamber poses no current threat to students. None whatsoever. Sathrath recognizes me as a legitimate authority due to my bond with Nidhogg. The chamber itself contains a wealth of magical knowledge that Salazar preserved, much of it focused on balanced application of various magical disciplines rather than the pure-blood supremacy later attributed to him. I would be most interested in examining these historical materials, Dumbledore suggested carefully. Perhaps someday, Harry replied noncommittally. My turn now. What do you intend to do with the Philosopher's Stone? Dumbledore accepted the deflection gracefully. Nicholas and I have discussed the matter. The stone will be destroyed once he and Perenelle have set their affairs in order. Its existence poses too great a temptation for those seeking immortality through artificial means. A wise decision, Harry agreed. Though immortality achieved through spiritual balance rather than external objects remains valid. You refer to your own potential longevity through your magical bonds? Dumbledore asked with genuine curiosity. Harry nodded. Solaris and Nidhogg are effectively immortal beings. Our bond has implications for my own lifespan, though the full extent remains theoretical. Dumbledore considered this with scholarly interest. The Master of Death concept from Beetle's Tales comes to mind, though your situation appears more comprehensive, mastery over both life and death rather than merely the latter. Which brings me to my next question, Harry said. You returned my father's invisibility cloak at Christmas, one of the 3 Hallows, I believe. Was this merely sentiment or part of a larger design? The headmaster's eyes twinkled. Perceptive as always, Harry. The cloak is indeed one of the Deathly Hallows, though unlike the others, it has remained true to its original purpose through generations of your family. I returned it because it rightfully belongs to you, though I confess some curiosity about how the Hallow might interact with your unique magical nature. It recognizes me, Harry confirmed. More completely than a standard invisibility cloak would. As though it's responding to something beyond my Potter bloodline. Fascinating. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. The tales suggest the Hallows respond most fully to one worthy of mastering death. Your dual bond with creatures representing life and death principles may resonate with the cloak's ancient magic. Their conversation continued well into the night, an unusual exchange between an 11-year-old boy and one of the greatest wizards of the age, each recognizing the other as an intellectual equal despite their age difference. By unspoken agreement, certain topics remained undiscussed: the full extent of Harry's abilities, Dumbledore's complete knowledge of Voldemort's past, and the specific details of what each planned for the future. As dawn approached, Dumbledore rose from his chair. I believe Madame Pomfrey will soon arrive to check on her patient. Before she does, we should discuss what the wider school will be told about last night's events. A careful version of the truth would seem appropriate, Harry suggested. Quirrell attempted to steal the stone while possessed by Voldemort. I followed based on suspicions I developed and managed to delay him until your arrival. The specific magical methods involved can remain ambiguous. Reasonable, Dumbledore agreed. Though your classmates will naturally be curious about how a first-year student survived an encounter with a Dark Lord, however weakened. Let them speculate, Harry replied with a slight smile. Mystery has strategic advantages. Dumbledore chuckled. Indeed it does. Rest now, Harry. The term concludes in 3 weeks, and I suspect you'll find yourself rather popular once word spreads of your adventure. As the headmaster turned to leave, Harry called softly, Professor. This alliance you proposed, I accept the general principle, though I reserve the right to pursue independent objectives where appropriate. Dumbledore paused at the door. I would expect nothing less from the Master of Life and Death. Good morning, Harry. The final weeks of term unfolded much as Dumbledore had predicted. Despite efforts to contain information, the student body quickly learned distorted versions of Harry's confrontation with Quirrell. These ranged from somewhat accurate, Harry had prevented the possessed professor from stealing a valuable magical artifact, to wildly exaggerated, Harry had battled Voldemort in a magical duel lasting hours, destroying half the castle's foundations. Harry neither confirmed nor denied these rumors, allowing the mystery to persist while focusing on end-of-term exams. His calculated academic performance continued, exceptional but not impossibly so, maintaining top marks alongside Hermione without revealing abilities beyond prodigy-level talent. His Slytherin housemates' reactions proved particularly interesting. Initial skepticism gave way to cautious respect as Professor Snape indirectly confirmed portions of the story. Harry's stock rose considerably within house hierarchy, with even older students acknowledging his accomplishment. Slytherin cunning at its finest, Gemma Farley commented one evening in the common room. Letting others underestimate you all year, then proving your worth when it counted. Draco, who had initially seemed jealous of the attention, eventually adopted a position as Harry's most vocal supporter. "Potter and I discussed the suspicious behavior weeks ago," he claimed to anyone who would listen. "I told him Quirrell couldn't be trusted." Harry allowed these exaggerations, recognizing the social currency they provided Draco while costing him nothing. Maintaining alliances within Slytherin would prove valuable in coming years, particularly as Voldemort eventually regained strength and tested loyalties. The morning after exams concluded, Professor Snape summoned Harry to his office, their first private meeting since the stone incident. "Sit, Potter," the potions master directed, gesturing to a chair before his desk. The office walls were lined with preserved specimens and potion ingredients, creating an atmosphere both academic and slightly menacing. Harry complied, watching as Snape studied him with unreadable black eyes. The professor's magical signature revealed complex emotions, reluctant respect layered over long-standing resentment, curiosity battling with ingrained prejudice. "The headmaster believes you demonstrated exceptional talent. In your confrontation with Quirrell," Snape began, his tone carefully neutral. "He suggests you possess magical abilities beyond standard curriculum." "Professor Dumbledore is generous in his assessment," Harry replied diplomatically. Snape's lip curled slightly. "False modesty doesn't suit you, Potter. Whatever you did in that chamber was sufficient to expel the Dark Lord from his host. That requires power beyond first-year charms." Harry nodded, acknowledging the point. "I've had additional magical education beyond what most students receive before Hogwarts. So I've gathered from your performance this year." Snape leaned forward slightly. "What interests me, however, is the specific magical signature recorded in that chamber." The headmaster described dual-natured energy unlike standard wizarding magic. "He probes for confirmation," Nidhogg observed within Harry's consciousness. "His extensive dark arts knowledge allows him to recognize unusual magical traces. Yet Dumbledore has clearly not shared everything he knows," Solaris added. "He tests Snape's reactions as much as yours." Harry considered his response carefully. "Professor, may I ask why you're interested in the specific magic I employed?" Snape's eyes narrowed at the deflection. "The Dark Lord will return, Potter. When he does, those positioned between him and his objective should understand all available resources." The admission, that Snape considered himself among those opposing Voldemort, represented significant trust. Harry decided to reciprocate with measured revelation. "I have certain, magical affinities, not typical of most wizards," he acknowledged. "They manifest in ways that proved particularly effective against Voldemort's possession magic." Snape flinched slightly at the name but maintained his focus. "These affinities, they're connected to your survival as an infant? To whatever protection your mother's sacrifice created?" The question revealed Snape's specific interest, Lily Potter's magic and its lasting effects. Another piece of the complex puzzle regarding Snape's relationship to Harry's parents. "Partially," Harry confirmed. "Though they've evolved beyond that original protection." "Professor, I appreciate your concern, but some magical connections are intensely personal. I'm still learning their boundaries myself." Snape studied him for a long moment before nodding curtly. "Very well. The headmaster suggested I offer additional potions instruction next year if you're interested. Certain brews might complement your unique abilities." The offer surprised Harry. "I would welcome that, Professor." "Thank you. Don't thank me yet, Potter. I'll expect nothing less than perfection." Snape rose, indicating the meeting had concluded. "Enjoy your summer. I suspect next year will prove educational for all involved." As Harry left the dungeons, he reflected on this unexpected development. Snape's offer represented more than academic opportunity. It suggested the potions master had reassessed Harry based on recent events, seeing beyond the shadow of James Potter to recognize something worth cultivating. "He will be a valuable ally if properly managed," Nidhogg noted. "His knowledge of dark magic rivals ancient practitioners. And his connection to your mother runs deeper than he admits," Solaris added. There is old guilt there, and a desire for redemption. Harry nodded imperceptibly, adding this new information to his growing network of relationships at Hogwarts. Dumbledore as cautious ally, Snape as potential mentor, Hermione as intellectual peer, Draco as political connection within pure-blood circles, each relationship serving different aspects of his complex position. The end-of-term feast featured Slytherin winning the House Cup, their 7-year streak continuing despite Gryffindor's strong showing in Quidditch. Harry's contributions, both academic points and those earned during the Stone incident, had significantly bolstered their total, earning him further acceptance within his house. As students boarded the Hogwarts Express for the journey home, Harry secured a compartment with a mixed group, Hermione and Neville representing Gryffindor, Draco reluctantly joining despite his prejudices, and Theodore not completing the Slytherin contingent. This deliberate diversity reflected Harry's boundary-crossing approach to alliance building. Father says Dumbledore's mad, keeping something like the Philosopher's Stone in a school, Draco commented as the train pulled away from Hogsmeade. The Board of Governors is demanding an inquiry. The stones being destroyed, Harry revealed, seeing no reason to keep this information private. Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore agreed it's too dangerous to maintain. Hermione gasped. But that means Flamel and his wife will die. They rely on the elixir of life. After 600 years, perhaps they're ready, Harry suggested. Death isn't something to be feared when a life has been fully lived. The philosophical observation silenced the compartment momentarily. Theodore not studied Harry with newfound interest. That's an unusual perspective for someone our age, Potter, he observed quietly. Most children fear death instinctively. Harry smiled slightly. I've had unusual teachers. Speaking of teachers, Neville interjected, clearly uncomfortable with the morbid turn in conversation, who do you think they'll get for defense next year? The position's supposedly cursed, no professor lasts more than a year. My father mentioned the same curse, Draco confirmed, surprisingly agreeing with Neville. Dating back decades, apparently. A constructed curse, not natural magical degradation, Nidhogg assessed. Likely riddles worked during his application for the position. Anchored to the castle's defensive wards rather than the classroom itself, Solaris added. Clever but detectable to those who understand foundational magic. I'm more concerned about our summer assignments, Hermione said, redirecting the conversation toward academics. Professor Snape's essay on moonstone properties seems particularly challenging. As the train journey continued, Harry participated in the discussion while maintaining awareness of deeper currents. His first year had established foundations, both public persona and private capabilities, upon which future actions would build. The summer ahead offered opportunity for accelerated training with his companions, away from Hogwarts' watchful eyes. When the Hogwarts Express finally reached King's Cross, Harry bid farewell to his classmates with promises to correspond over the summer. Draco departed with his father, a tall, elegant man whose assessing gaze lingered on Harry with calculated interest. Hermione extracted a promise that Harry would write regularly, while Neville shyly offered to share cuttings from his greenhouse projects. As Harry crossed the magical barrier back to the Muggle world, he spotted Uncle Vernon waiting impatiently near the station exit. The man's face registered displeasure at Harry's return, though his expression contained more wariness than previous years' outright hostility. The Dursleys had learned to maintain a cautious distance from their increasingly powerful nephew. "Boy," Vernon greeted curtly. "Come along then." The drive to Privet Drive passed in blessed silence, Vernon apparently deciding minimal interaction was safest. When they arrived, Harry carried his trunk to his room, no longer the cupboard under the stairs but the smallest bedroom, grudgingly provided after his first demonstrations of controlled magic years ago. Once alone, Harry allowed his companions to materialize fully for the first time in weeks. Solaris appeared in a flash of golden flame, settling on the headboard while Nidhogg coiled his massive form around the room's perimeter, shrinking to accommodate the limited space. "Home, such as it is," Harry remarked, unpacking essential items. "At least we have privacy for proper training now." The Dursleys will interfere less than ever after your growth this year, Nidhogg observed. Your magical maturation registers even to their non-magical senses as something to be feared. Fear isn't my preferred method for managing them, Harry noted, but it's effective enough for our purposes. He retrieved several books from his trunk, standard texts for summer homework alongside rarer volumes borrowed from Slytherin's hidden library with Satharatha's permission. The summer stretched before him, offering uninterrupted months to advance his understanding of magical theory and practical applications of his dual-natured abilities. The Horcrux question requires attention, Solaris suggested. If Dumbledore pursues their destruction, we should develop complementary approaches. And the Chamber's archives contain references to soul magic that may prove relevant, Nidhogg added. We can explore them more thoroughly when we return to Hogwarts. Harry nodded, retrieving parchment to begin organizing research priorities. His mind, however, kept returning to the moment in the mirror chamber when he declared himself to Voldemort, the first public acknowledgement of his true nature as Master of Life and Death. The title had emerged instinctively in that moment of confrontation, yet it carried implications he was only beginning to understand. Balance between opposing forces, harmony of contradictory magics, authority over transitions between states of being, these concepts extended far beyond simple power into philosophical realms of existence itself. As twilight descended on Privet Drive, Harry Potter, no ordinary boy, no ordinary wizard, began plotting the summer's work with methodical precision, his immortal companions offering insights from their ancient perspectives. The first year had been foundation laying, the second would begin building upon that base with deliberate purpose. 3 weeks into summer holiday, an unexpected visitor arrived at Privet Drive. Harry, practicing controlled wandless transfiguration in his room, sensed the magical signature moments before the doorbell rang, distinctive, powerful, and deliberately restrained. Dumbledore, he murmured, ceasing his exercise as both companions merged back into his magical core for concealment. From downstairs came Vernon's annoyed grumbling, followed by shocked silence that suggested the headmaster's appearance had rendered Harry's uncle momentarily speechless. Footsteps on the stairs preceded a gentle knock at Harry's door. "Come in, Professor," Harry called, having quickly arranged his room to display only standard summer homework. Dumbledore entered, resplendent in robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver stars. He looked entirely out of place in the aggressively normal surroundings of Privet Drive, like a peacock that had wandered into a hen house. "Good afternoon, Harry," the headmaster greeted pleasantly. "I hope I'm not interrupting your studies." "Not at all," Harry replied, gesturing to his desk where a half-completed transfiguration essay lay. "Just summer assignments." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he glanced at the parchment, undoubtedly noting that Harry's work far exceeded second-year expectations. "Very thorough analysis of Gamp's fifth exception. Professor McGonagall will be impressed." With a casual wave of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a comfortable armchair and settled into it. "I've had a most interesting conversation with your aunt and uncle. They seem rather intimidated by magic for people who've lived alongside it for a decade." "We maintain respectful boundaries," Harry said diplomatically, though both knew the Dursleys' fear stemmed from self-preservation rather than respect. "Indeed." Dumbledore surveyed the room, noting its sparse but functional furnishings. "I've come to discuss 2 matters of some importance, Harry. First, regarding Nicholas Flamel's stone, which has now been destroyed as planned. I suspected as much. Have the Flamels made their peace with mortality?" "Quite gracefully," Dumbledore confirmed. Nicholas commented that after 6 centuries, death feels like the next great adventure. They have enough elixir stored to set their affairs in order, then will embrace the natural conclusion all others accept. Harry nodded, understanding the philosophy behind their choice. "And the second matter?" "Ah." Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. "During my research into Tom Riddle's past, I've located what I believe to be one of his Horcruxes, a ring belonging to his maternal grandfather, concealed in the remains of their family home." This direct reference to Horcruxes, which they discussed only obliquely during their hospital wing conversation, signaled Dumbledore's willingness to share more specific information. You intend to destroy it, Harry surmised. Yes, though the task presents unusual challenges. Voldemort protected his soul fragments with considerable dark magic. My concern, however, relates to our previous discussion of your unique affinities. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. The combination of Phoenix and Basilisk magic you manifested against Quirrell seemed particularly effective against Voldemort's fractured soul. I wonder if a similar approach might prove useful against his Horcruxes. Harry considered the implications of this request. Dumbledore was essentially asking for his assistance, acknowledging that Harry's abilities might succeed where conventional magic failed. The Old One seeks to test your capabilities in controlled circumstances, Nidhogg observed. While also genuinely requiring assistance with a difficult magical problem. Our combined magic would indeed be effective against soul vessels, Solaris confirmed. The same balance that neutralized the fragment in your scar would work against anchored portions. When do you plan to retrieve this ring? Harry asked. I had thought perhaps tomorrow, if you're amenable, Dumbledore replied. The location is heavily warded but should present no danger with proper precautions. Harry nodded, making his decision. I'll assist, with one condition, our partnership remains equal in this venture. I'm not simply a magical tool to be deployed under direction. If Dumbledore was surprised by this assertiveness from a 12-year-old, he didn't show it. Instead, he inclined his head respectfully. Agreed. We approach this as allies with complementary abilities. I'll return tomorrow at noon to collect you, if that's convenient. It is, Harry confirmed. My relatives will be attending a neighborhood luncheon. Their absence will prevent unnecessary complications. As Dumbledore rose to leave, he paused, studying Harry with thoughtful eyes. I'm curious, Harry, how do you envision your role developing as you mature? The Master of Life and Death is not a title with precedent in wizarding history. The question seemed casual but carried significant weight. Dumbledore was probing Harry's long-term ambitions and ethical framework. Balance, Harry answered simply. Not light or dark exclusively, but the harmony between them. Proper transitions between states, life to death, ignorance to knowledge, chaos to order and back again when necessary. I don't seek dominion, Professor, but understanding and appropriate application. Dumbledore's expression revealed nothing of his thoughts regarding this philosophy. Most intriguing. Until tomorrow, then. After the headmaster departed, Harry immediately began preparations. Destroying a Horcrux would require precision control of his dual magics, particularly if Voldemort had layered additional protections around the soul fragment. The ring likely carries curses beyond its soul anchor, Nidhogg warned. Riddle was methodical in his protections, using death magic to guard against tampering. Which our combined approach can counter, Solaris added. But requires careful calibration. Too much basilisk energy might trigger deadlier curses, while excessive phoenix power could destabilize the entire magical structure unpredictably. Harry spent the evening in meditation, refining his ability to channel both magical signatures simultaneously while maintaining independent control over their proportions. By midnight, he could manifest dual-natured energy in precise ratios, adjusting the balance between life and death magic with subtle shifts in concentration. The next day, Dumbledore arrived precisely at noon, this time dressed in more subdued robes of charcoal gray that wouldn't attract undue attention in the Muggle world. After confirming the Dursleys' absence, he extended his arm to Harry. We'll travel by side-along apparition, he explained. The sensation is rather unpleasant for first-time travelers, I'm afraid. Harry nodded, gripping Dumbledore's forearm firmly. The compression sensation, like being forced through a tight rubber tube, was indeed uncomfortable, but Harry's enhanced magical sensitivity made it more disorienting than painful. When they reappeared, they stood on a hillside overlooking a small valley where a dilapidated stone cottage stood partially collapsed among overgrown vegetation. The Gaunt family home, Dumbledore explained, gesturing toward the ruins. Voldemort's mother grew up in squalor here, despite their pure-blood lineage tracing back to Salazar Slytherin himself. Harry extended his magical awareness toward the cottage, immediately detecting complex layers of dark magic surrounding the structure. Impressive warding, he observed. Multiple trigger mechanisms with cascading curses if breached incorrectly. Dumbledore glanced at him with interest. You can sense the specific magical architecture from this distance. One of the benefits of my condition, Harry acknowledged. Nidhogg's senses are particularly attuned to death-based magic, which predominates here. They approached the cottage cautiously, Dumbledore pausing at the edge of the property to analyze the ward boundaries with his wand. After several minutes of complex spellwork that Harry observed with academic interest, the headmaster created a narrow corridor through the outer defenses. The inner chambers will be more heavily protected, Dumbledore warned as they entered the decrepit building. Particularly the Horcrux itself. The cottage's interior matched its exterior degradation, collapsed furniture, rotting floorboards, and decades of accumulated filth. Despite its physical decay, however, the magical residue remained potent. Harry could feel the lingering hatred and bitterness embedded in the very walls, emotions so intense they had literally permeated the structure. Concentrated here, Harry indicated, pointing toward a section of floorboards that radiated particularly malevolent energy. Beneath the floor, in some kind of hidden compartment. Dumbledore nodded, impressed by Harry's perception. With a careful wave of his wand, he levitated the floorboards away, revealing a small golden box nestled in a cavity below. The box itself pulsed with dark magic, layers of curses designed to kill or maim anyone who touched it without proper preparation. How would you suggest we proceed? Dumbledore asked, genuinely seeking Harry's assessment rather than testing him. Harry studied the box, extending his senses to analyze its magical composition. The container has at least 3 distinct protective curses, a flesh-rotting hex activated by touch, a compulsion charm that creates overwhelming desire to wear whatever's inside, and a third, more complex curse that seems designed to trap life force. Impressive analysis, Dumbledore murmured. Most wizards would detect only generalized dark magic, not specific enchantments. The approach needs to be layered, Harry continued. Neutralize the curses sequentially before attempting to destroy the Horcrux itself. Would you care to demonstrate your method? Dumbledore invited, stepping back to give Harry space. Harry nodded, centering himself before extending both hands toward the box. From his right palm emerged a thread of golden phoenix fire, not destructive heat but purifying light that surrounded the box in a containment field. With his left hand, he directed a thin stream of emerald basilisk energy that penetrated the protective enchantments, systematically unraveling their structures. Dumbledore watched with undisguised fascination as Harry methodically dismantled curse after curse, his dual-natured magic working in perfect harmony to neutralize protections that would have challenged the most accomplished curse breakers. After several minutes of intense concentration, Harry lowered his hands. The box is safe to open now, though the ring inside remains connected to the soul fragment. Dumbledore levitated the box open, revealing a heavy gold ring set with a cracked black stone. Even from this distance, Harry could see ancient runes carved into the stone's surface, symbols that stirred recognition within both his companions. The resurrection stone, Solaris identified with surprise. Another hallow, corrupted as a soul vessel. Remarkable that Riddle obtained it without recognizing its true significance, Nidhogg added. He valued it only for its connection to Slytherin's bloodline. Harry glanced at Dumbledore, noting the intensity with which the headmaster stared at the ring. Something in the old wizard's expression, a desperate longing quickly masked, suggested he recognized the stone's significance beyond its Horcrux status. The stone is one of the hallows, Harry stated rather than asked. Like my cloak. Dumbledore's eyes snapped to Harry's face. You recognize it? My companions do, Harry clarified. The resurrection stone, said to recall shades of the dead. Voldemort defiled it without understanding its true nature. A complex emotion crossed Dumbledore's features, regret, perhaps, or resignation. Indeed. All the more reason to cleanse it of his corruption. He gestured toward the ring. Would you demonstrate your method for the Horcrux itself? Harry approached carefully, standing directly over the exposed ring. This would require more power than the curse removal. A soul fragment anchored to a physical object represented magic of the deepest kind, binding life and death in unnatural configuration. Extending both hands, Harry began channeling his companion's essences simultaneously, golden phoenix flame from his right hand, emerald basilisk energy from his left. Rather than maintaining separation as before, he now allowed the magics to intertwine, forming a double helix of power that descended upon the ring. The moment his combined magic contacted the Horcrux, a piercing scream erupted from the ring, not physical sound but magical resonance expressing agony as the soul fragment fought against dissolution. Dark smoke rose from the ring, attempting to form a defensive shape before being consumed by the dual-natured flames. Harry maintained perfect concentration despite the Horcrux's resistance, adjusting the balance between Phoenix purification and Basilisk destruction as needed. After nearly a minute of sustained effort, the screaming ceased abruptly as the soul fragment disintegrated completely. The ring remained intact, though the stone now glowed with subtle inner light rather than malevolent darkness. Harry lowered his hands, breathing deeply to recover from the significant magical exertion. "Extraordinary," Dumbledore murmured, studying both Harry and the cleansed ring with equal intensity. "You destroyed the Horcrux while preserving the Hallow itself. Most methods would have damaged or destroyed both." "Balance in all things," Harry replied simply, though the effort had depleted his reserves more than he chose to reveal. "The Hallow deserves preservation even if Voldemort's soul does not." Dumbledore carefully levitated the ring into a warded container he produced from within his robes. "The stone's power remains significant even cleansed. It should be secured appropriately." "You don't intend to use it?" Harry asked, noting again that flicker of longing in Dumbledore's eyes when he looked at the stone. The headmaster's expression turned grave. "The resurrection stone's power comes with considerable risk, Harry. Those called back exist between worlds, not truly alive, yet not properly dead. Such half-existence brings pain to both the summoned and summoner." "He speaks from theoretical knowledge rather than experience," Solaris noted. "Yet carries deep personal connection to the concept. Old grief drives his interest," Nidhogg added. "Someone specific he wishes to recall, despite knowing better." Harry nodded, respecting Dumbledore's decision while filing away these insights for future consideration. The headmaster's relationship with the Hallows clearly extended beyond academic interest, suggesting personal history with the artifacts or their legend. As they prepared to leave the Gaunt cottage, Harry paused, sensing residual dark magic lingering in the structure's foundation. "There's more here," he observed. "Not another Horcrux, but something Voldemort left deliberately, a magical signature meant to alert him if the property was disturbed." Dumbledore turned with concern. "Can you neutralize it without triggering notification?" Harry nodded, kneeling to place his palm against the stone floor. With careful precision, he directed a thin stream of basilisk energy to consume the monitoring charm while simultaneously masking their magical presence with phoenix-derived concealment. "Done," he announced, rising. "He'll find no trace of our visit if he returns to check." They departed the cottage and its oppressive atmosphere, returning to the hillside where they'd first appeared. Before operating back to Privet Drive, Dumbledore turned to Harry with thoughtful consideration. "Today has been most illuminating, Harry. Your approach to soul magic demonstrates capabilities I've not encountered in all my years of magical study." He paused, choosing his next words carefully. "I wonder if you might consider assisting with similar operations in the future, should I locate additional Horcruxes." "A continuation of our alliance," Harry noted. "I'm willing, provided we maintain equal partnership as agreed. These expeditions offer valuable practical experience with complex magic." Dumbledore nodded, though something in his expression suggested he found Harry's mature pragmatism occasionally disconcerting in one so young. "Very well. I shall contact you when further opportunities arise." Upon returning to Privet Drive, Harry bid the headmaster farewell and retreated to his room to recover from the day's magical exertion. Solaris and Nidhogg materialized once they were alone, both seeming energized rather than depleted by the Horcrux destruction. The soul fragment offered no significant resistance, Nidhogg observed. Compared to the living fragment we expelled from Quirrell, this anchored portion was relatively inert. Yet Dumbledore clearly found your method remarkable, Solaris added. Conventional approaches would have required fiend fire or basilisk venom alone, both difficult to control and likely to destroy the Hallow completely. Harry nodded, processing these observations while replaying the day's events in his mind. The expedition had served multiple purposes: destroying a Horcrux, demonstrating his abilities in controlled circumstances, advancing his alliance with Dumbledore, and most importantly, establishing his value as a partner rather than a subordinate in the coming conflict with Voldemort. The Resurrection Stone represents another connection to death magic, Harry noted aloud. 2 Hallows now identified, with only the Elder Wand remaining undiscovered. Not undiscovered, Nidhogg corrected. The Elderwood Wand in Dumbledore's possession carries the distinctive signature of death magic. He wields the 3rd Hallow already. This revelation surprised Harry. Dumbledore has the Elder Wand. Yet he didn't mention this connection when discussing the other Hallows. Each Hallow carries its own burden of history, Solaris explained. The wand particularly has a bloody trail of ownership. He likely considers its provenance best kept private. Harry absorbed this information thoughtfully. Dumbledore collecting Hallows while researching Horcruxes suggested layers of motivation beyond simply defeating Voldemort, perhaps personal interest in mastering death through different means than his adversary had chosen. The remainder of summer passed with surprising speed as Harry divided his time between standard homework, advanced magical training with his companions, and occasional correspondence with classmates. Hermione's letters arrived weekly, filled with academic observations and questions about Harry's summer studies. Draco wrote less frequently but included valuable political insights from his father's ministry connections. Even Neville sent occasional notes accompanying interesting plant specimens from his greenhouse projects. 2 weeks before term resumed, another unexpected visitor arrived at Privet Drive, Lucius Malfoy himself, impeccably dressed in Muggle business attire that somehow still managed to convey wizarding aristocracy. The Dursleys, intimidated by Malfoy's imperious manner and obvious wealth, retreated to the kitchen while Harry received him in the sitting room. "Mr. Potter," Malfoy greeted, studying Harry with calculated assessment. "I hope you'll forgive the unannounced visit. I found myself curious about the young man who has so impressed my son." "A pleasure, Mr. Malfoy," Harry replied evenly. "Though I suspect curiosity isn't your only motivation for coming here." A thin smile crossed Malfoy's aristocratic features. "Direct, like a true Slytherin. Indeed, I have several interests regarding your unique situation." Harry gestured for Malfoy to continue, maintaining polite attentiveness while internally analyzing the older wizard's magical signature. Unlike Draco's relatively uncorrupted core, Lucius carried dark residue from prolonged exposure to corrupting magic, likely from his time serving Voldemort. "The wizarding world finds itself at a crossroads," Malfoy began, his tone conversational though his eyes remained sharp. "Old powers stir while the ministry grows increasingly ineffective. Dumbledore's influence wanes in certain circles, creating opportunities for those with vision." "An interesting assessment," Harry replied neutrally. "Though I'm not sure how it relates to a second-year student." Malfoy's smile widened fractionally. "False modesty doesn't become you, Mr. Potter. Your encounter with Quirrell demonstrated abilities beyond ordinary students. My sources suggest even Dumbledore was impressed by your magical aptitude." The oblique reference to sources within Hogwarts, likely Snape or perhaps a school governor, confirmed Malfoy's intelligence network extended into the school itself. "I'm still learning," Harry said with deliberate humility. "Hogwarts offers excellent educational opportunities." "Indeed it does, though some teachings remain restricted by current administration." Malfoy paused, studying Harry's reaction. "Traditional magical disciplines that Dumbledore considers too dangerous for young minds, despite centuries of practice among the finest wizarding families. The implied criticism of Hogwarts' restricted curriculum represented Malfoy's first concrete offer, access to dark arts knowledge typically withheld from students. Knowledge itself isn't inherently dangerous, Harry replied carefully. Understanding various magical disciplines provides perspective, regardless of whether one chooses to employ them. Malfoy nodded, apparently pleased with this response. Precisely my view. Draco mentions you appreciate magical theory beyond standard textbooks. Perhaps you might join us at Malfoy Manor for the winter holiday? Our family library contains volumes unavailable even in Hogwarts' restricted section. The invitation constituted a significant political overture, Malfoy essentially offering mentorship and resources in exchange for Harry's alignment with his faction. A generous invitation, Harry acknowledged. I'd need to consider existing commitments, but I appreciate the opportunity. Malfoy seemed satisfied with this non-committal response, recognizing it as neither rejection nor eager acceptance. Of course. The offer remains open. He rose smoothly. I've taken enough of your time. Draco looks forward to seeing you on the Express. As Malfoy departed, Harry reflected on the encounter's significance. The former Death Eater clearly recognized Harry's potential value in coming political alignments, particularly given his unusual placement in Slytherin despite his history as Voldemort's downfall. He tests which way you'll jump when the Dark One returns, Nidhogg assessed. Hedging his bets by establishing connection now. Yet offered genuine resources, Solaris noted. The Malfoy library would indeed contain valuable knowledge, regardless of political entanglements. Harry nodded, adding this new development to his growing network of complex relationships. Dumbledore as research partner in Horcrux destruction, Malfoy as potential conduit to dark arts knowledge, Hermione as academic collaborator, each connection offering distinct advantages while requiring careful management. As summer concluded, Harry packed his trunk with methodical precision. Beyond standard school supplies, he included specialized materials for his private studies, rare ingredients for experimental potions, theoretical texts on magical fusion, and notebooks containing his research on soul magic inspired by the Horcrux destruction. The upcoming school year promised new challenges beyond academics. Voldemort, though temporarily repelled, would eventually regain strength and attempt return. The remaining Horcruxes required location and destruction. And Harry's own status as Master of Life and Death would continue evolving, requiring constant balance between his dual magical natures. When September 1st arrived, Harry departed Privet Drive with neither sadness nor excitement, merely the practical acknowledgement that one training ground was being exchanged for another. The Dursleys, having maintained wary distance all summer, seemed equally relieved by the separation. At King's Cross Station, Harry navigated platform 9 3/4 with practiced ease, noting the curious glances and whispered comments that followed his progress. His confrontation with Quirrell had elevated his already significant celebrity, creating new layers of curiosity among returning students. Harry! Hermione's voice called as she approached, already dressed in school robes despite being hours from Hogwarts. How was your summer? Did you finish Professor Vector's recommended reading? I found the arithmetic principles absolutely fascinating, especially when applied to charm stability. Her enthusiastic greeting made Harry smile genuinely. Despite his accelerated maturity and unusual circumstances, Hermione's intellectual passion remained refreshingly normal. Hello, Hermione. Yes, Vector's recommendations were quite useful, though I found Agrippa's original formulations more conceptually coherent than modern interpretations. As they secured a compartment, they were soon joined by Neville, whose summer growth spurt had added several inches to his height, and shortly thereafter by Draco, who entered with his usual air of aristocratic confidence. Potter, Draco greeted, settling opposite Harry. Father mentioned he visited you. Said you were intriguingly pragmatic for someone with your background. High praise from Lucius Malfoy, Harry acknowledged with a slight smile. Your summer went well. Draco launched into accounts of social gatherings at Malfoy Manor that had included ministry officials and international dignitaries. While his tone remained boastful, Harry detected genuine intelligence behind the posturing. Draco absorbed political nuances from these events even when appearing merely decorative. As the Hogwarts Express pulled away from London, Harry gazed out the window at the passing landscape. His second year promised deeper exploration of his unique magical status, continued Horcrux hunting alongside Dumbledore, and further development of both public alliances and private capabilities. The Master of Life and Death returned to Hogwarts not as a tentative first year finding his place, but as a confident second year with established purpose. Balance remained his guiding principle, between Phoenix and Basilisk, between light and dark magic, between public perception and private reality. This harmony of opposites would define his path forward as the wizarding world's complexities continued unfolding around him. Hogwarts welcomed returning students with its usual enchanted splendor, floating candles illuminating the Great Hall, the ceiling reflecting a perfect starry night above. As Harry took his place at the Slytherin table, he noted subtle changes in how his housemates received him. Last year's cautious acceptance had evolved into genuine respect, with older students nodding acknowledgement and younger ones watching with undisguised fascination. The sorting ceremony proceeded predictably until McGonagall called Weasley, Ginevra, and a small red-haired girl approached the stool. Harry watched with mild interest as the hat deliberated before eventually declaring Gryffindor, to enthusiastic applause from the Weasley brothers at that table. More noteworthy was Harry's first glimpse of their new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, resplendent in robes of forget-me-not blue that matched his eyes. The wizard's magical signature struck Harry as oddly fragmented, not corrupted like Quirrell's had been, but disjointed in ways suggesting fundamental inconsistency between ability and presentation. Memory magic residue surrounds him, Nidhogg observed. Both cast and received, unusual combination. His core strength is minimal, Solaris added. Yet his confidence suggests he believes otherwise. These observations piqued Harry's curiosity. A defense professor with minimal magical power yet surrounded by memory charm residue suggested someone potentially dangerous in unexpected ways. After Dumbledore's customary start-of-term announcements, which included introducing Lockhart to enthusiastic applause from most female students, the feast commenced. Harry engaged in measured conversation with his housemates, neither seeking nor avoiding attention as he established his position within Slytherin's internal hierarchy for the new term. "Father says Lockhart is a complete fraud," Draco commented between bites of roast chicken. "Claims half the adventures in his books actually happen to other wizards." "Interesting theory," Harry replied noncommittally. "Though fraud seems a strong accusation without evidence. My aunt works at the publishing house that prints his books," Theodore not contributed. "Says the fact-checking department is specifically instructed to skip his manuscripts. Take from that what you will." Harry filed away these observations for later consideration. A potentially fraudulent defense professor represented both problem and opportunity, problematic for education but potentially informative about how magical society could be manipulated through carefully constructed narratives. After the feast, Slytherin prefects led first years to the dungeons while returning students followed at their own pace. In the common room, Harry found himself approached by Marcus Flint, the burly Quidditch captain now entering his final year. "Potter," Flint greeted gruffly. "Higgs graduated, which means seeker positions open. Tryout Saturday morning. You should come." The invitation, more command than request, reflected Harry's elevated status within house hierarchy. After his confrontation with Quirrell, Slytherin collectively recognized his value extended beyond academics to practical magical strength. "I'll consider it," Harry replied, neither committing nor refusing outright. While Quidditch held minimal interest compared to his larger objectives, maintaining house integration served strategic purposes. As students dispersed to dormitories, Gemma Farley intercepted Harry with a sealed note. "From Professor Snape," she explained. "Delivered during the feast." The parchment contained a brief message in Snape's spiky handwriting: "My office, 9 a.m. tomorrow, regarding our discussed arrangement." Harry nodded, recognizing this as confirmation of the additional potions instructions Snape had offered at term's end last year. The timing, before classes officially began, suggested Snape preferred their arrangement remain relatively private. The following morning, Harry arrived at Snape's office precisely at 9, having already completed his morning exercises, controlled manifestation of dual magic followed by meditation to maintain balanced energy flow. The routine had become essential as his magical reserves continued expanding beyond normal developmental patterns. "Enter," Snape called at Harry's knock. The potions master sat behind his desk, surrounded by stacks of parchment and reference texts suggesting summer research rather than standard lesson preparation. "Professor," Harry greeted with appropriate respect. "Thank you for the opportunity to continue advanced studies." Snape studied him with assessing eyes before gesturing to a chair. "Before we begin, Potter, I should clarify expectations. These sessions are not remedial lessons for an underperforming student, nor advanced training for a favored protégé. They represent an experiment in educational methodology based on your unusual magical signature." The careful phrasing confirmed Harry's suspicion that Snape's interest was primarily academic. The potions master saw an opportunity to study magical theory through Harry's unique condition. "Understood, Professor. I appreciate the clarity." Snape nodded once, apparently satisfied with Harry's response. "The headmaster mentioned you participated in a significant magical operation over summer. I presume this involved your dual-natured abilities." The reference to the Horcrux destruction, deliberately oblique, suggested Dumbledore had shared limited information with Snape while preserving certain details. "Yes, sir. An object containing corrupted soul magic required neutralization without destroying its physical container. My combined approach proved effective." Snape's eyes narrowed slightly at this confirmation. "Soul magic falls well outside standard curriculum, Potter. Even most adult wizards avoid such dangerous territory." "Sometimes danger finds us regardless of curriculum boundaries," Harry replied evenly. "Understanding the magical principles involved seems preferable to ignorance when confronting such situations." A ghost of what might have been approval flickered across Snape's features. A prospective Slytherin himself would appreciate. He gestured toward a workbench positioned along the office wall. "I've prepared ingredients for an experimental potion, specifically, a variation on standard healing drafts that might complement your particular affinities." Harry approached the workbench, immediately recognizing several rare components: phoenix tears, likely from Fawkes rather than Solaris, powdered basilisk scale, ancient rather than freshly harvested, and essence of mandrake root stabilized with unicorn hair. The combination suggested a brew that would interact with both life and death magic simultaneously. "Fascinating selection," Harry observed, examining the preparation instructions Snape had written in precise script. The opposing ingredients would normally neutralize each other, but the runespore eggs provide triangular stabilization. Snape raised an eyebrow, seemingly impressed despite himself. "Correct. Standard potion theory considers such combinations inherently unstable. However, given your demonstrated ability to channel contradictory magical signatures simultaneously, I theorized you might catalyze successful fusion where others would fail." The experimental approach revealed significant insight into Harry's abilities. Snape had correctly identified that Harry's unique magical structure might facilitate interactions normally impossible in potion making. This suggested the potions master had studied Harry's magical signature more thoroughly than previously indicated. For the next 2 hours, Harry worked under Snape's precise guidance, preparing ingredients and combining them in specific sequences while channeling controlled amounts of both Phoenix and Basilisk energy at critical junctures. The resulting potion, opalescent liquid shifting between gold and emerald hues, represented a breakthrough in healing magic theory. "Remarkable," Snape murmured, examining the final product. "Stable fusion of opposing magical principles, catalyzed by your dual signature. The applications extend beyond healing to protective enchantments, ward construction, perhaps even countercurse development." "The possibilities seem substantial," Harry agreed. "Though practical application would require users with similar magical compatibility." Snape's gaze sharpened. "Or delivery systems that preserve the dual nature until activation. An area worthy of further research." Their session concluded with arrangements for weekly meetings throughout term. As Harry prepared to leave, Snape delivered a final observation. "Your approach to magical theory demonstrates unusual maturity, Potter. It's almost as if you've had centuries rather than years to consider these principles." The comment, deliberately provocative, probed at the source of Harry's advanced understanding. Rather than deflecting, Harry offered measured acknowledgement. "Having companions with extensive historical perspective provides certain educational advantages, Professor." Snape nodded slowly, accepting this partial explanation without pressing further. "Next week, same time. We'll explore stabilization techniques for volatile combinations." Regular classes commenced the following day, with Harry maintaining his established pattern of controlled excellence, demonstrating sufficient skill to satisfy professors without revealing his full capabilities. This balance proved particularly easy in defense against the dark arts, where Lockhart's incompetence became immediately apparent. The professor began their first lesson by distributing a quiz focused entirely on personal details from his published adventures, favorite colors, secret ambitions, and greatest achievements. Harry completed it with deliberate mediocrity, finding the exercise more revealing of Lockhart's narcissism than educational value. More concerning was Lockhart's practical demonstration, which involved releasing Cornish pixies into the classroom before fleeing when they proved unmanageable. Harry, along with Hermione, eventually immobilized the creatures after the professor's hasty departure. Utterly incompetent, Draco declared as they left the classroom. "Father will hear about this farce. We're supposed to be learning defense, not celebrity worship." "Perhaps we should organize supplementary study sessions," Hermione suggested, falling into step beside them despite the unusual Gryffindor-Slytherin collaboration. "Create our own practical curriculum to compensate for gaps in official instruction." Harry considered this proposal thoughtfully. An inter-house study group could prove valuable. Different perspectives on defensive techniques often yield comprehensive approaches. This suggestion, framed as academic enrichment rather than rebellion against Lockhart's teaching, gained traction among serious students across houses. By the second week of term, Harry, Hermione, and several others had established a regular defense study group meeting in an unused classroom with McGonagall's reluctant approval. Meanwhile, Harry's private research continued in multiple directions. Weekends often found him in the Chamber of Secrets, consulting with Satharath and studying Slytherin's ancient texts on soul magic and life-death balance. The Basilisk proved an unexpectedly thoughtful conversation partner, offering historical context for magical developments based on centuries of observation. "The wizards of this age have forgotten fundamental principles," Satharath observed during one session as Harry examined a treatise on magical transference. "They divide magic into arbitrary categories, light and dark, transfiguration and charms, rather than understanding the unified essence beneath all manifestations. Specialization creates efficiency but sacrifices holistic understanding," Harry agreed, turning a page covered in ancient runes. "Modern education prioritizes practical application over theoretical foundation." Salazar understood this limitation, the Basilisk continued, massive coils shifting around the chamber's perimeter. "His collection preserves knowledge deliberately excluded from conventional instruction, not because it's inherently dangerous, but because it requires integrated understanding many lack capacity to develop." These philosophical discussions complemented Harry's practical training with Snape and his academic collaboration with Hermione, creating a multifaceted educational approach tailored to his unique position. October brought unexpected complications when Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was found petrified near a wall bearing an ominous message: "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air beware." Harry, arriving at the scene alongside other students returning from dinner, immediately recognized the significance. Someone had accessed a basilisk, not Satharath, who remained bound to Harry's authority, but possibly another serpent or a magically constructed replication. "The petrification signature is familiar but altered," Nidhogg observed as Harry examined the scene while professors dispersed students. "Basilisk derived but filtered through an intermediary source. Not direct eye contact," Solaris confirmed. "Reflection or similar indirect exposure based on the magical residue." These insights proved valuable when Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office later that evening. After providing the password, Ice Mice, to the Gargoyle Guardian, Harry ascended the spiral staircase to find the headmaster examining a rigid Mrs. Norris on his desk. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore greeted without looking up. "Thank you for coming. I thought your unique perspective might prove illuminating regarding our unfortunate situation." Harry approached the petrified cat, extending his magical senses to analyze the condition more thoroughly. "Basilisk petrification, but indirect exposure," he confirmed. She saw the reflection, not the eyes directly. "That's why she's petrified rather than dead." Dumbledore nodded, unsurprised by Harry's assessment. "My conclusion as well. However, this presents a puzzle, as I was under the impression that Hogwarts resident Basilisk remained securely under your influence." "Sathrath hasn't left the chamber," Harry stated with certainty. "This was caused by something else, possibly another serpent, or more likely, a magical construct channeling basilisk properties through secondary means." The headmaster stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Most concerning. The message references the Chamber of Secrets specifically, suggesting whoever is responsible has knowledge of Hogwarts' oldest secrets. Or wishes to create that impression," Harry noted. "The actual chamber remains secure. I checked immediately after the incident." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly. "Of course you did. Most prudent." He straightened, his expression growing more serious. "I must ask, Harry, has your exploration of the chamber yielded any insights that might explain this situation? Any references to alternative entrances or secondary chambers?" "Nothing specific," Harry replied truthfully. "Though Slytherin's journals mention experiments with preserving basilisk essence in various vessels, primarily for protective enchantments rather than offensive capabilities." This information, a carefully measured revelation from his chamber research, demonstrated willingness to share relevant knowledge while maintaining boundaries around his private studies. "Most intriguing," Dumbledore murmured. "Perhaps our culprit discovered such a vessel and has learned to activate it." He studied Harry thoughtfully. "I would appreciate your continued vigilance, Harry. Your connection to Sathrath provides unique perspective that could prove invaluable if further incidents occur." "Of course, Professor. Though I suggest discretion regarding my involvement. If someone is deliberately invoking chamber imagery, drawing attention to my connection could complicate matters unnecessarily." Dumbledore nodded in agreement. "Wisdom beyond your years, as always. We shall maintain appropriate separation between public investigation and your private assistance." As Harry departed, he reflected on this new development's implications. Someone at Hogwarts had accessed basilisk magic potent enough for petrification, yet different from Sathrath's direct power. The chamber reference suggested deliberate historical connection rather than coincidental similarity. "Riddle's influence lingers in unexpected forms," Nidhogg observed. "His time with Slytherin's basilisk may have yielded artifacts we haven't accounted for. Or knowledge passed to followers who now implement his designs," Solaris suggested. "The timing seems deliberate, your second year, when connections to the chamber might naturally focus suspicion toward you." This possibility warranted consideration. As a Slytherin student with known Parseltongue ability, demonstrated occasionally in class when appropriate, Harry represented a logical suspect for chamber activities despite his status as Voldemort's supposed vanquisher. The following weeks brought increased tension throughout Hogwarts as rumors spread regarding the chamber's opening. When Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor, was found petrified beside his camera in November, fear escalated into near panic among students. Examination of Creevey's camera revealed melted film, further evidence of basilisk power filtered through secondary medium. Harry, privately investigating parallel to official efforts, began systematically checking Hogwarts' extensive plumbing system, recognizing that pipes could provide movement pathways for a serpent throughout the castle. During one such exploration near unused bathrooms on the second floor, Harry encountered an unexpected magical signature, a diary radiating corrupted soul magic similar to the ring Horcrux he'd helped Dumbledore destroy. Another soul vessel, Nidhogg identified immediately. but actively connecting to a living host rather than passively storing a fragment. Interactive rather than static, Solaris clarified. Possession through gradual influence rather than direct control. Harry traced the signature to its source, a small black diary carried by Ginny Weasley, whose magical aura showed concerning deterioration consistent with soul-based parasitism. The first-year Gryffindor moved through hallways with unnatural stillness, her eyes slightly unfocused as the diary's influence manipulated her actions. This discovery demanded immediate response, yet required delicate handling to avoid harming the possessed girl. Harry tracked Ginny to a girl's bathroom on the second floor, where she stood before a circle of sinks, hissing in halting Parseltongue. She attempts to access the chamber through a secondary entrance, Nidhogg realized. One riddle discovered during his time at Hogwarts. Harry observed from concealment as Ginny's attempts failed, the true chamber entrance remained sealed to all but Harry and Sathrath following their bonding agreement. The girl's frustration manifested in increasingly desperate Parseltongue commands, each unsuccessful. When Ginny finally departed, clutching the diary with white-knuckled intensity, Harry followed at safe distance. Her destination proved to be Gryffindor Tower, where the portrait entrance prevented further tracking. That evening, Harry composed a careful message to Dumbledore, detailing his discovery without revealing his detection methods. Professor, I believe I've identified both the chamber's air and the method of attack. Ginny Weasley carries a diary containing what appears to be interactive soul magic similar to that we neutralized this summer. The diary likely belonged to TMR during his student years and contains knowledge of Basilisk control methods. Given her age and apparent possession state, I recommend intervention that treats her as victim rather than perpetrator. The diary itself represents the primary threat and should be secured immediately. HP. The response came within hours, a request to meet in Dumbledore's office at midnight. When Harry arrived, he found not only the headmaster but also Professors McGonagall and Snape waiting with grave expressions. Your message was most concerning, Harry, Dumbledore began without preamble. Particularly the reference to soul magic affecting a first-year student. Are you certain of your assessment? The magical signature matches what we encountered with the ring, Harry confirmed. However, this manifestation actively influences its host rather than remaining dormant. Miss Weasley shows classic possession symptoms, personality changes, memory gaps, and most tellingly, access to abilities she shouldn't possess, specifically Parseltongue. McGonagall gasped softly. Albus, if what Potter suggests is accurate, we must intervene immediately. The poor girl can hardly be held responsible if she's being magically manipulated. Possession through a contained soul fragment suggests Horcrux functionality, Snape observed, his gaze shifting between Dumbledore and Harry. Though interactive capacity exceeds standard parameters for such objects. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed solemnly. I believe we're dealing with Tom Riddle's first Horcrux, created while still a student, before he fully understood the magic's limitations and potential. This would explain both its interactive nature and connection to the chamber, which Tom accessed during his prefect years. Harry noted this confirmation of Voldemort's original identity, Tom Riddle, being openly acknowledged between the professors. Clearly Dumbledore had shared certain historical details with his most trusted staff. How do you suggest we proceed? McGonagall asked, concern for her Gryffindor student evident. We must separate Miss Weasley from the diary without alerting the fragment to our awareness, Dumbledore replied. Once isolated, the Horcrux can be neutralized using methods Harry and I have previously employed. The girl's connection may have progressed significantly, Snape warned. Abrupt separation could cause magical backlash harmful to her core stability. Harry considered this valid concern before offering a solution. A graduated approach would be safest. Replace the diary with a transfigured duplicate while Miss Weasley sleeps, then maintain the illusion of continued connection while severing actual magical ties through distance. Once her core stabilizes independently, we can destroy the original safely. The three professors turned to Harry with expressions ranging from surprise, McGonagall, to calculation, Snape, to thoughtful consideration, Dumbledore. A remarkably sophisticated approach for a second-year student, McGonagall observed, her Scottish brogue more pronounced under stress. Mr. Potter has demonstrated unusual insight into soul-based magic previously, Snape stated with careful neutrality. His suggestion has merit from both magical theory and practical implementation perspectives. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I agree. Minerva, as Miss Weasley's head of house, can you arrange access to Gryffindor Tower tonight while students sleep? We'll need to perform the substitution without alerting either the diary or its victim. The plan proceeded with remarkable efficiency. McGonagall provided access to the girls' dormitory, where Harry, under his invisibility cloak, identified the diary's magical signature emanating from Ginny's trunk. Using precise transfiguration, Dumbledore created an exact physical duplicate while Harry carefully masked the original's magical presence to prevent the fragment from detecting the switch. Once secured in a warded container, the diary was transported to Dumbledore's office for examination before destruction. Harry, invited to participate given his previous Horcrux experience, studied the book with enhanced magical senses. The fragment is more active than the ring was, he observed as golden light from Dumbledore's detection spells illuminated the diary's dark aura. It's developed quasi-sentience through interaction with Miss Weasley, absorbing her life force to strengthen itself while imprinting its personality in return. A parasitic relationship rather than simple storage, Dumbledore agreed. This suggests Tom created this particular Horcrux with different intentions than later vessels. Perhaps an experiment in posthumous communication that evolved beyond his original design. The diary lay innocuous on Dumbledore's desk, a simple black book with T.M. Riddle stamped in faded letters on the cover. Yet its magical signature radiated malevolence far beyond its mundane appearance, particularly when detection spells revealed blank pages that had somehow absorbed significant quantities of writing. How would you suggest we proceed with neutralization? Dumbledore asked, deferring to Harry's unique perspective on soul magic. Harry considered various approaches before responding. Direct basilisk venom would be most efficient given the diary's physical composition. Paper absorbs liquid readily, ensuring complete saturation of the soul fragment's anchor. An elegant solution, Dumbledore agreed. Though acquiring basilisk venom presents certain practical challenges for most wizards. Harry smiled slightly at the implied question. Fortunately, we have access to an unusual resource in that regard. With Dumbledore's permission, Harry extended his left hand over the diary, concentrating on Nidhogg's essence within his magical core. Emerald energy coalesced around his fingertips before transforming into viscous liquid, purified basilisk venom, produced through their unique bond. As the first drops contacted the diary's cover, the Horcrux reacted violently, the book thrashing on the desk while black ink spurted from its pages like blood from a wound. A high, thin scream emanated from the convulsing object as venom dissolved both physical container and magical anchor simultaneously. The destruction process lasted nearly a minute, longer than the ring had taken, before the diary finally lay still, a smoking hole burned through its center where basilisk venom had consumed the Horcrux completely. Most effective, Dumbledore murmured, examining the neutralized object with scholarly interest. Your ability to produce purified venom represents a significant advantage in our ongoing project. Harry nodded, understanding the reference to their Horcrux hunt. 2 vessels destroyed, with unknown numbers remaining. Has your research yielded estimates regarding quantity? Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Based on magical theory and Tom's obsession with significant numbers, I believe he intended 7 divisions, 6 Horcruxes plus the main soul fragment. However, your Scar's former contents may have been unintentional, potentially disrupting his planned symmetry. So potentially 5 more to locate, Harry summarized. Each likely protected similarly to those we've already encountered. Indeed. Though I suspect we've addressed the most immediately dangerous examples, the diary's interactive capabilities posed unique threats beyond simple soul storage. Their discussion continued briefly before Harry returned to Slytherin dormitories, leaving Dumbledore to monitor Ginny Weasley's recovery through McGonagall's regular reports. The substitution proved successful. Without the diary's active influence, the first year gradually returned to normal behavior, her memories of possession activities mercifully fragmented. By December, Hogwarts had cautiously relaxed as petrification attacks ceased completely. The school's mandrake crop continued maturing toward eventual use in restoring Mrs. Norris and Colin Creevey, while staff maintained vigilance against further incidents. Harry's personal studies advanced significantly during this period. His sessions with Snape progressed from experimental potions to theoretical discussions of magical fusion principles, with the potions master demonstrating increasing respect for Harry's insights. The chamber provided continued access to Slytherin's ancient knowledge, particularly regarding soul magic theory that proved invaluable in understanding Horcrux mechanics. Most importantly, Harry's balanced development as Master of Life and Death continued through daily practice channeling both Solaris and Nidhogg's essences in harmonious combination. This manifested in increasingly sophisticated magical applications, healing charms enhanced with basilisk precision, protective wards incorporating phoenix renewal properties, and transfiguration techniques that recognized fundamental connections between creation and dissolution. As winter holidays approached, Harry received invitations from multiple sources: Malfoy's standing offer to visit their family library, Hermione's suggestion to join her family's skiing holiday, and most significantly, Dumbledore's request for assistance with another potential Horcrux location. After careful consideration, Harry arranged a compromise schedule, beginning holidays with the Horcrux expedition alongside Dumbledore, followed by 3 days at Malfoy Manor to access their restricted texts, before returning to Hogwarts for uninterrupted research access to both the chamber and Hogwarts' main library. The Horcrux expedition targeted Helga Hufflepuff's cup, which Dumbledore had traced through extensive historical research to a Lestrange family vault at Gringotts. Rather than attempting the nearly impossible task of breaching Goblin security directly, their approach involved diplomatic negotiation, Dumbledore invoking ancient treaties that required Goblin intervention against dark magic threatening multiple magical races. The Goblins recognized soul fragmentation as abomination, Dumbledore explained as they met with senior bank officials in a private chamber. Their metallurgical magic detects such corruption when contained in precious objects, though their client confidentiality typically prevents direct action. The negotiation proved complex but ultimately successful. After Harry demonstrated his unique ability to neutralize the Horcrux without damaging the historical artifact itself, the Goblins agreed to retrieve Hufflepuff's cup for cleansing under their direct supervision. The cup, a small golden chalice with 2 finely wrought handles, radiated darker energy than either previous Horcrux, suggesting later creation when Voldemort's soul had already undergone multiple divisions. Harry approached its neutralization with heightened caution, balancing Phoenix purification and Basilisk destruction in precise harmony as Goblin representatives watched with professional interest. "Your method preserves both magical signature and metallurgical integrity," observed Ragnarok, who had personally overseen the procedure. "Most impressive for one so young. The balance you maintain between opposing forces demonstrates mastery beyond conventional wizarding limitations." This acknowledgement from a Goblin elder, essentially recognizing Harry's Master of Life and Death status without naming it explicitly, represented significant diplomatic achievement beyond the Horcrux destruction itself. Goblin recognition of Harry's unique position established valuable alliance potential for future endeavors. Following this success, Harry's visit to Malfoy Manor proved equally productive though substantially different in nature. Lucius received him with calculated warmth, providing access to centuries-old grimoires containing magical theory excluded from standard education. "Our family has preserved knowledge others consider too dangerous for general distribution," Lucius explained as he unlocked a warded section of the manor's extensive library. "Not because we fear its power, but because we respect it. Magic requires proper understanding before application, a principle increasingly forgotten in modern education." Harry recognized the political overtones in this statement, criticism of Dumbledore's more restrictive approach to certain magical disciplines, but appreciated the access regardless. The Malfoy collection contained valuable texts on magical symbiosis theory directly relevant to his Phoenix and Basilisk bonds. Draco, initially awkward about hosting his classmate in family space, gradually relaxed as Harry demonstrated genuine appreciation for their historical collection rather than judgmental scrutiny of dark arts materials. Father rarely allows anyone access to these sections, Draco confided as they examined a particularly ancient tome together. Says most wizards lack proper perspective to separate knowledge from implementation. A valid distinction, Harry agreed. Understanding magical principles doesn't necessitate employing them irresponsibly. Theory often reveals connections between seemingly opposed disciplines. This philosophical alignment, emphasizing knowledge acquisition without moral judgment, strengthened Harry's position within Malfoy's complex political sphere while providing valuable research materials unavailable through conventional sources. The remainder of holidays at Hogwarts allowed uninterrupted focus on integrating these diverse knowledge streams: Goblin metallurgical perspectives on soul magic, Malfoy's preserved theories on magical symbiosis, and Slytherin's foundational texts on life-death balance. Harry synthesized these viewpoints into comprehensive understanding that transcended individual magical traditions. By the time term resumed in January, Harry had advanced his theoretical framework significantly while maintaining 3 Horcrux eliminations as practical accomplishments. His partnership with Dumbledore had evolved into genuine collaboration rather than mentor-student dynamics, while his Slytherin connections through Malfoy and Snape provided complementary perspectives on magical theory. Most importantly, Harry's identity as Master of Life and Death had solidified, not as mere title but as functional reality. The balanced channeling of Phoenix and Basilisk magic had become instinctive rather than requiring constant conscious effort, allowing increasingly sophisticated applications of both life and death principles in harmonious combination. As second-year classes resumed their predictable patterns, Harry maintained his established approach, excelling academically without revealing his full capabilities, cultivating diverse relationships across house boundaries, and pursuing private research far beyond curriculum requirements. Lockhart's continuing incompetence in defense became background noise rather than educational impediment as Harry's independent study group expanded to include serious students from all 4 houses. By spring, with no further petrification incidents following the diary's destruction, Hogwarts returned to normal operations. The Mandrake restorative draft successfully revived both Mrs. Norris and Colin Creevey, who retained no memory of their petrification circumstances. Ginny Weasley, fully recovered from the diary's influence, reintegrated into first-year activities with only occasional counseling sessions with Madame Pomfrey. During Easter holidays, Dumbledore invited Harry to his office to discuss progress on their Horcrux project. The headmaster had identified what he believed to be another vessel, Rowena Ravenclaw's lost diadem, potentially hidden within Hogwarts itself. Tom had particular attachment to Hogwarts, Dumbledore explained as they reviewed historical documents. The first place he considered home, representing acceptance into the magical world that had been his birthright. Hiding a Horcrux here would appeal to both his sentimentality and his desire to prove superior understanding of the castle's secrets. Harry considered this assessment thoughtfully. The chamber would have been ideal from his perspective, though Sathrath confirms no foreign objects have been stored there since our connection was established. Indeed. However, Hogwarts contains numerous hidden spaces beyond the chamber. One in particular, the Room of Requirement or Come-and-Go Room, adapts to user needs while remaining unplottable on standard maps. A perfect hiding place for someone confident in his unique discovery. This theory proved accurate when they located the diadem, a delicate silver tiara etched with the words, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure," concealed within a vast hidden room filled with centuries of discarded objects. The Horcrux's distinctive magical signature guided Harry directly to it despite the chaotic surroundings. For vessels neutralized, Harry noted as they prepared for the now familiar destruction process. Assuming your 7-part theory holds, we're making significant progress. Indeed, though I suspect the remaining Horcruxes may prove more challenging to locate, Dumbledore replied. Tom would have grown increasingly paranoid about their security as his plans advanced. The diadem's destruction followed established procedure, Harry's balanced application of Phoenix and Basilisk magic neutralizing the soul fragment while preserving the historical artifact itself. With each Horcrux, Harry refined his technique, achieving greater efficiency through precise control of opposing magical forces. As the school year approached conclusion, Harry found himself reflecting on his progress toward multiple objectives. Beyond Horcrux elimination alongside Dumbledore, his private magical development had advanced substantially through Slytherin's ancient knowledge, Snape's experimental approach to potions theory, and his companions' continued guidance in balancing life and death principles. Perhaps most significantly, Harry had established foundation for his unique role within wizarding society, neither light nor dark exclusively, but representing necessary balance between opposing forces. His connections span traditional boundaries, Dumbledore's progressive faction, Malfoy's traditional purebloods, Hermione's academic meritocracy, and even Goblin recognition of his unusual magical status. The Master of Life and Death had emerged not as conqueror or savior, but as mediator between extremes, understanding all magical perspectives while being controlled by none. This balanced position offered strategic advantages for the inevitable confrontation with Voldemort once the remaining Horcruxes were eliminated and the fractured soul attempted final resurrection. On the Hogwarts Express returning to London, Harry sat with his now established mixed group, Hermione and Neville representing Gryffindor intellectual and quiet loyalty, Draco and Theodore maintaining Slytherin political awareness, with occasional visits from Luna Lovegood adding Ravenclaw's unconventional perspective. "Father says the ministry's in complete disarray," Draco commented as they discussed summer plans. "Fudge keeps demanding Dumbledore's advice while simultaneously undermining his recommendations." Classic weak leadership. "The political instability creates opportunity for reform," Hermione noted, surprising the purebloods with her strategic assessment. "If proper legislative proposals were introduced during ministerial vulnerability, substantive changes might actually advance." "Theoretical possibility," Theodore countered skeptically. "Though traditional families would resist significant structural adjustments regardless of ministerial weakness." Harry listened to this political discussion with interest, recognizing nascent leadership qualities in his peers despite their youth. Their perspectives, though still developing, represented the future wizarding leadership with whom he would eventually collaborate or contend depending on their chosen paths. As the train approached London, conversation shifted to summer plans. Hermione described an educational trip to France, Neville mentioned herbology projects with exotic Mediterranean specimens, while Draco referenced a ministerial delegation visiting Malfoy Manor that his father considered potentially transformative for wizard-goblin relations. "And you, Harry?" Hermione finally asked. "Back to your relatives for summer?" Harry nodded, his expression neutral. "Initially, yes. Though I have several research projects planned that may require travel later in summer." This deliberately vague reference to potential Horcrux expeditions with Dumbledore maintained appropriate discretion while acknowledging his summer wouldn't be entirely confined to Privet Drive. His companions understood the subtext, having adapted to Harry's measured revelations about his activities. When the Hogwarts Express finally reached King's Cross, Harry bid farewell to his classmates with genuine appreciation for their various contributions to his Hogwarts experience. Despite his accelerated maturity and unusual magical circumstances, these peer relationships provided necessary grounding in normal wizarding social development. As he crossed the barrier back to Muggle London, Harry spotted Uncle Vernon waiting with characteristic impatience. The summer ahead would continue patterns established during previous holidays, maintaining appearances at Privet Drive while pursuing his true education through both companions and strategic wizarding connections. 4 Horcruxes destroyed, 3 potentially remaining. Voldemort's eventual return remained inevitable given the fractured soul's demonstrated tenacity, but Harry's preparation advanced steadily on multiple fronts. The Master of Life and Death continued developing toward his ultimate confrontation with the Dark Lord who represented fundamental imbalance between magical forces. Balance in all things remained Harry's guiding principle, Phoenix and Basilisk, creation and destruction, preservation and transformation flowing in harmonious cycles rather than oppositional conflict. This philosophy, more than raw power or specific magical techniques, defined his emerging identity as unprecedented magical nexus between traditionally separated forces. As Vernon drove them toward Surrey in uncomfortable silence, Harry's thoughts remained focused on the complex magical web surrounding Voldemort's fragmented existence. The Dark Lord had created an abomination through separation and imbalance. Harry would engineer its correction through unification and harmony, not merely defeating an enemy but restoring proper magical equilibrium. The Master of Life and Death returned to Privet Drive not as prisoner but as practitioner, using this transitional space to refine abilities that transcended conventional wizarding limitations. Summer represented not interruption but opportunity for concentrated development away from Hogwarts' structured environment. Within Harry's consciousness, Solaris and Nidhogg maintained their perfect balance, opposites in harmonious coalition rather than destructive opposition. This internal unity would eventually manifest externally, reshaping wizarding understanding of fundamental magical principles beyond simplistic light and dark categorizations. Balance in all things. The work continued. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.